face to climb without both tires pulling on the front.
So it looks like either a differential, but most likely it's going to be a CV problem. And that is one of the frailties of an IFS system.
Well, the technology in this IFS has come so far in such a short period of time. The size of the CVs, the material that the CVs are made out of, the shafts. We've seen it bleed out of 4400 over to desert racing with some of the T1 trucks. They'll argue that the 4400 guys stole it from them, but I disagree. I would say that they stole it from the 4400 guys. And you can see he's just a little bit off course there, and it's going to be hard to get back on. It's such a shame, too, because, as you said, Jim, he had an amazing pace going forward.
Yeah. Sometimes you just can't buy luck, and it's just not looking like Darian's day today. So hopefully he can just navigate his way down to the bottom of Means Butte, get himself off the track, get it back to the pits, get it fixed, and get ready for race day.
Yeah, it looks like if he stayed up on course, there would be a chance he'd be able to get over and possibly take the bypass. But I don't know. He's so far off now, and the question is it worth even still going at this point?
I think it's time to lick your wounds, get back to the pits, get it fixed.
I don't think he heard you, Jim. I think he's going back in.
He's going back in there.
Well, you never know if he comes in here the 4 minute. If the people who don't qualify, maybe their car's broken, he'll be at least ahead of those.
Well, this is true. And let's not forget that his uncle Marquez Gomez came from the back of the field
last year, remember that,
to come second.
Yeah.
So it's not all over if you get a bad track position.
Definitely a very hard course this year. Everyone's going to be taking on. We talk while we're waiting for Darian to get back in town. We can talk a little bit about the course itself. This is the 2022 Nitto Race of Kings. Looking for my cheater notes here.
And Darian Gomez just picking his way down the hill now. Keeps coming to a stop. I'm guessing that the CV joint is exploded and keeps locking up. So he's got to be careful here, because if the shaft comes out the CV, it could actually do a lot of damage to the front suspension. So this is maximum damage limitation now for young Darian. And it looks like he is actually going to pull off course.
Yeah, I think he's just going to call that quits. Like you said, Jim, I think there's something wrong in the front of that car. And it's not worth taking out more items as you're trying to put down a lap time.
So that's really bad luck there. It looks like we've got Denny Stemdahl just about to leave the line, the 726.
Out of Santa Barbara, California. I believe this is actually.
Yeah, I think this is a very similar frame, if I'm not mistaken, to Jason Shearer's car.
Yes,
I think it is. Yep. That Keith Beam and Fishmouth Fab style of IFS frame.
I believe that's actually a Get Bent chassis.
It's Get Bent, so that would be Keith Beam. Yep.
Turbo 400, Atlas, Spider Tracks IFS.
And Darian's still moving on track.
Oh, maybe he changed his mind just to keep coming in. Method race wheels. Fox shocks.
All the toys.
All right, as we're watching Darian slowly come back into town, he's still going to end up with a qualifying time, mid-5s, as we said. Start him in the back of the pack, but he'll at least be ahead of the people who either didn't qualify or possibly break on course.
Absolutely. So Denny Stemdahl now out on course. Great looking car this. These Get Bent Fab cars by Keith Beam are absolutely beautiful.
We've been watching all week that inside line that seems to be the faster line in the desert, but you do need to commit to it early out of Hammertown.
Have you noticed how deep the ruts are getting there already?
We were out riding around on the course the other night looking at just some of the courses of the desert is just chewed up out there, and it's going to be more and more chewed up as more racing goes on this week.
Yep. People are asking what sort of transmission systems these vehicles have. Most of them are running automatic transmissions, 3 speeds or 4 speeds. Some, like Levi Shirley, are running a 6-speed. But almost all of them have been running either some kind of spool in the rear. Occasional drivers, such as Shannon Campbell, will be using ARB full-spline lockers. but most of these guys will be running spools in the back and then with a locker in the front. Some of them won't be. Some of them, like Randy Slauson, they'll be running a spool in the front and a spool in the rear, and the same.
Yeah, I believe Eric Miller is the same, spool front and rear.
Yep.
Nice thing about a spool is there's no switches, there's no failure point. The failure point becomes the axle. The nice thing about a turbo 400 transmission that you put in these cars, they're tractorishly crude. You could literally set them on fire with the fluid. As long as you pour in some fresh fluid, they'll usually keep running. And the 4L80, which is the newer version of that transmission, is just the guts inside that transmission, the same as a turbo 400, just an additional planetary gear set. 400s are probably the most bulletproof transmission. Now, our big name guys in the running that transmission, there will not be many stock components in that turbo 400.
Absolutely. And the same with the 4L80Es. They change pretty much everything inside of those gear packs. The 4L80E, though, is an interesting one. Having that overdrive gear does make a big difference to the ratio choices that they can choose.
What shocked me is when I talked to Randy Slauson about it, I would have assumed that the 4L80, one of the nice things about the 80 is you could actually ditch all the electronics package and go to a full manual valve body in it.
Why would you want to do that?
Well, because then you get to pick what gear you're in. And I would have assumed that he would have gone full manual, but talking to him, he's like, no, I just leave the electronics in there and let them do the work.
You see, yeah, we do something quite different in the UK, but that's a different thing. Right, crossing the line there, it's Denny Stonedale. Just waiting for a time to come up for him.
And Sandy Willems is off the line. As we wait for Denny Sterndale's time to come in from the timing. And don't forget, if you want to keep up with all of the timing from Hammertown, if you're watching on the live stream, you can go to live.ultra4racing.com/live/scoring. And you'll get the same feed that we have right up here in the booth.
So Denny Sterndale comes in there with a 2 minutes 30, so a nice steady run there for him. Currently sitting in third position, but I'm guessing he'll be about mid-table come the end of the day.
And then also all week long, we're asking for you guys to throw out your social media questions, toss them up in the chat, throw them through Facebook, Twitter, all that kind of stuff. We'll answer them as they come up here into the booth. And probably the question that will get asked, I don't think we've had this conversation, have we, Jim? Who's your pick for race day?
Do you know what? We've been talking about this non-stop for the last few days, and I'm going to go for it. Jason Shearer.
Oh, you're going Jason Shearer.
I'm going Jason.
So I'm going to put two bets down. I'm going to give the person I want to win, which is Bailey Campbell, because I want Bailey to win, and Brian Croft stole her from the race last year by getting her pregnant, and she wasn't able to race. And I'd also love to see the first winner of the Race of Kings be a queen. But if she doesn't make it, then I think it's Eric Miller's year.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, there is so many. We were sitting down last night trying to work it out. There is over 20 cars or 20 teams that have a legitimate right to say that they can win the crown this year.
Yes.
There really is. It's absolutely awesome to see. I think that's the 54 car of Ron Prindle that we're seeing waiting on the line there.
I believe it is.
And it's Andy Williams on track at the moment. Zandy been racing with us for a few years now. And I'm expecting he'll be something around mid-table, probably about a 235, but we'll find out very shortly.
That's a Tribe 16 single-seat IFS chassis.
And that is Ron Prindle just leaving the line. And he looks quick.
He does. LS416, 700 horse, turbo 400, Atlas.
Well, Zandy Williams has just absolutely laid it down. 225 there for Zandy, so a great run there.
That's a very good run. As we're waiting for Ron Prindle to catch up to our cameras here in the desert.
Tribe put together some fantastic cars.
Everyone who's
Lots
at home,
of history.
Everyone who is at home watching the live stream wants to know what the weather's like out here, Jim. Man, I wish I was in Johnson Valley right now instead of my warm living room watching this on the big screen. And the answer is it's cold and windy in Johnson Valley today.
It's very, very beautiful, but my word, it is a bit chilly.
It is, yes.
But look at this. Ron Prindle is really laying it down.
This is an excellent time. Let's see which way he goes. Does he go Rocks. I'm shocked to see as many of these 4400 cars taking these rocks. Just from the number of people I talked to said they were going to go on that dirt path.
But look how hard he's working that car to get to the top of these rocks. But that's a great line there from Ron. Just clips the big wheels on those rocks and makes his way back down the mountain.
He does. He's going to be, based on our unofficial split time there, he'll be coming in, if he keeps up this pace, right around a 2:15.
Yeah, I reckon about, yeah, between 2:10 and 2:15, I reckon.
Definitely
full sideways action there.
Yeah, the grounds crew went out, cleaned up that corner from the UTV side.
Now, this is a car that I'm very interested to see. This is Kevin Stern's brand spanking new 4400 class car.
Yeah, it's built by Triton Engineering, Mass Motorsports motor, Nitto tires.
It's a very similar front end arrangement to Lauren Healy, but no portals on this one.
Yeah, and Lauren and Von Gittin Jr.'s car. A lot of the same technology, but as Jim said, no portals. Just a straight drive down to that unit bearing that drives the wheel.
So we're just waiting for Ron Pendrell's time to come in. I'm guessing, as I said earlier, it's going to be, oh, there we go, 2:11.
Very good.
Fantastic. So there we go, Ron Pendrell currently sitting in second position. So great run there.
Yeah, Kevin Stern's going to be off the line here shortly. Beautiful car.
Kevin used to race on the Everyman Challenge classes. And he's made the step up into 4400 for this season. And just look at that car.
He was a staple in that Everyman Challenge.
Oh, he was,
always
yeah.
was there, you know?
Always there. Frequently qualified well, frequently put it on the podium. But he's made that jump and moved to 4400, and it's going to be very interesting to see what he can do here today. Heinz Tilden Motorsport builds his own engines for this and builds a lot of the engines that you'll see being used here today.
Yeah, certainly knows how to build horsepower, reliable horsepower for the desert. And as you said, Jim, there's a lot of racers with his engine underneath the hood of their car.
I nearly had one myself. So hopefully we'll get some camera on Kevin in a minute. There he is.
All right, Jim, we're getting another social question here. Best time of the day. Not who's going to put it down, just what's going to be the best time. Miles and I were way off yesterday.
Yeah, I know. This is a really, really tough one. I mean, we keep saying it's going to go under 2 minutes, but the reality is a 2:06, and that, you know, Paul was leaving nothing out there on the course. He was giving absolutely everything. If I'm honest with you, I think it's going to be, I can't see anyone beating a 2:01.
I would agree with that after watching the course and seeing, I don't see where there's 6 seconds on that course.
No, I don't.
It's very difficult. The only place to get 6 seconds is on that giant drop-off, but I don't think the car is going back to town after it goes off of it.
This is the problem. I mean, chatting to the crews again about this, and there's no skill in that. That is just literally throwing yourself off for want of a better word, suicide. So if you want to take that risk, oh, look at the size of the rock that Kevin's just picked up there.
That is bad luck for him to get that right in the center of the car there.
Now, has he damaged anything?
I don't think so. I think he was just feeling it out to see if it was going to be okay, but I think it looks like he's still moving. It looks like he may have pulled a little bit of speed out of it, but looks like he's getting ready to go back.
No, he's getting back on there again. Got a door net down there as well, unfortunately.
So based on that, I think he's going to come in around 220, 222 maybe.
I think that's a very good guess.
As we watch him come up through the Bronco arch.
There's the fabled turn 19.
See him taking that nice and low in the safe spot. And that's where Randy was yesterday. I noticed that. He stayed good and low in that corner when he was coming in.
Yeah,
as much as you want to use that berm, I don't know if it's faster. Jared Pallant off the line. Here in just a second, number 26.
So we're just waiting for a time to come up there for Kevin Stearns. Kevin Stern goes into 8th place with a 2:41.
That's another Tribe 16 IFS chassis. Massed Motorsports engine underneath the hood. It's Clay Gilstrap's old car.
I was going to say, this is Clay Gilstrap's old car.
Yeah.
Yep. Hi, Clay, if you're watching. Now, this car has been part of some serious battles in this race over the years.
Yeah, it definitely has some pedigree inside that chassis.
Now, I was watching this part of the course here. This is becoming quite technical here, and you really have to get it absolutely pitch perfect.
Yeah, we watched a couple people get offline. You can get into that big rock if you take the bounce wrong.
And
on that
this
turn.
one here, this is also going to become quite important later on. We saw a few vehicles yesterday breaking tyres or breaking wheels even.
Yeah, that little drop off there, it's a lot steeper than it looks on camera, and you're putting a lot of pressure on that left front tire when you come off that little cliff there. You can see Jared taking that left-hand line. Oh, and we saw that with the UTVs, that rut is getting so deep that it gets a little tricky to make that corner. But still a good time across the top. It's about 15 seconds off our current leader.
Yeah, he's looking on for about a sort of 2:22 at the moment, something around there. So a nice solid run here.
Good job off that. That's the one section that you can pick up a lot of time, is that downhill section.
It is, yep.
But then you gotta slow it all down for that corner, which is incredibly hard.
Exactly, but as you're coming off of there, you can't actually see
what
nothing. You're leaping into.
No, that's a full commitment. It's just like coming through the Bronco Arch.
Yes.
You just have to know where you're going to go and come through there. We saw Paul Wolf in the UTV. There was no stopping.
Exactly, but then we also saw Chase Capera yesterday rolling his car, just getting it millimetrically wrong, just ever so slightly wrong.
Yeah, there's 3 lines through that Bronco Arch, and if you come through the wrong one, it ends your day. And so close to Hammertown as well.
Indeed, he takes that inner line, and I do think that inner line is actually faster for these 4400s.
A lot of it will depend on how your car corners. You'll see a lot of these, especially the IFS cars, when they come into these corners, they sometimes need to use that bank to keep the rear planted.
Yep.
The back rear tire sometimes lifts up on those inside corners. Solid axle cars, it doesn't happen as much because you don't have that independent suspension working by itself.
So 2:27 there for Jared Palant. And off the line now,
Justin Wicks.
it is Justin Wicks.
All right, we're watching Justin Wicks.
So while we're watching Justin Wicks, just a quick reminder of our top 3. In first position at the moment is Paul Wolf in the Can-Am with a 2:06. In second position is Ron Brindle with a 2:11. And in third is Sandy Williams with a 2:25.
Now this will be interesting, Jim. This is Justin Wicks. He's in a bomber car. This is bomber number 6. LSX 454, 4L80, Atlas.
That's a fantastic package. 454 with the 4L80E.
Father and son
Takes a lot
duo.
of beating.
First season with Ultra 4 was 2019. They finished King of the Hammers in 2020.
Taking that longer left line. I'm not going to call it the slower left line anymore because I'm not convinced it is actually that much slower.
It's hard to compare with these cars because it's easier to compare it with the UTV because we're talking about cars that are so similar.
Exactly.
Even though they may look slightly different. The majority of the stipulations of that class really keep those cars on a very even playing field. Here, there's so many variables, it's hard to determine. It could be fast for one person and slow for another. But I think the risk isn't worth the reward on that rock face.
Now, yesterday we saw Randy Slawson coming in another bomber with a smaller engine, so LS3 and a single shot configuration, running a 4L80E, and I believe he came in with a 212. So it'll be interesting to see here what Justin Wicks comes in.
Based on what I'm watching, where he came across that little unofficial split point I think he's going to come in at about a 210 in that neighborhood if he gets through the short course clean.
We're looking at Tom Gilpin lining up on the line now. This is another Get Bent Fab car. And Justin Wicks, just still waiting for him. Across the line, there he goes.
Third position. I thought he was going to come in a little bit faster than that. I was off on that. He must have lost a little bit of time in the short course.
But still a good solid run there from Justin Wicks.
As Tom Gilpin is out on course.
Tom driving an IFS car. Rear engine. And he'll be coming into our shot any moment now, and there he is.
Yeah, this looks like a good pace right here. I think you're right, Jim. That little turn is getting harder and harder as the day goes on. And, you know, that's the question. We have some of the big heavy hitters in Power Hour. Do you really want to be in Power Hour, or do you want to get it over and done with early?
Absolutely. Now, you talk about this. The thing with Power Hour is there is a lot of pressure on you when you come out there. But also, on a day like today, we're going to have long shadows out on the course.
Yeah, it's always been an issue. There's that one section where you come around, make the turn right before Bronco Arch, that you go from full shade to full sun, and it makes it very difficult. There we can see Tom coming up that rock face. Very good job.
Very smooth indeed. 1:15, so he's around about, oh, this is not bad pace at all.
No, he's doing very well. He's about 10 seconds off our current leader.
Yep.
It all depends how fast he comes down this downhill section.
Yeah, he's bled a bit of time there. I think we're looking probably at about a 2:20, 2:25, something around that mark.
Absolutely amazing footage from these drones out here in Hammertown. Now, one thing that I should do a little call out for our production team. We did do this yesterday. If you are in Hammertown and have a vehicle here and you are available on Thursday, Friday, Saturday to give some of our drone pilots a ride around, you'll get to see some of the most amazing parts of the race course. Dave Cole's even going to kick you in a little bit of money for food and beverages, but basically you'd be really helping out with the production. If you want to do that, head over to the volunteer tent and they will get you set up and you'll see the race like nobody else.
That's an incredible opportunity for someone there. As we're watching Tom Gilpin crossing the line.
I think he's right where you said he was going to be, Jim.
Look at
right
that.
2:23.
Almost to the second. So fourth position there for Tom. As we watch Brian McVeigh leaving the line now. Now this is a solid axle machine.
Wide open design, solid axle chassis. Turbo 400.
And there he is, coming into shot. Right on the bottom of the turn.
This is a very good pace. We've seen, he had a very good line through there. He didn't get that rock into the back rear. The one good thing that we should mention about the solid axle car versus the IFS car is they do have a little bit more steering angle. So they can sometimes pick a little bit different line than an IFS car can. But this is a very good pace right here. We'll see what happens after he gets through this, basically a section where they have multiple choices here. He's going for the rocks based on how he goes around that big rock.
Nah, has he got a problem with that? Just seemed to scrub away on that right side front there for a moment, but no, it looks all good. Come on, Brian. Good commitment levels here as he makes his way up the mountain.
There we go. That's a good time out the top. He's about 6 seconds off our current leader. So I don't think we're going to see him unseat the current pole position.
No, it's going to be a very similar time to our previous driver, Tom. Oh, he's lost a bit of time there. So I think he's going to be around about the 2:28, something like that.
Yeah, 2:28, 2:30.
Yep.
But definitely a very fast-moving car. Makes quick work of that corner as he comes through our little desert section here.
And that is lining up now, the one, the only Cody Addington. Now this is a car with some history, and this is a driver with some history.
Yeah, and he's in the original Red Dragon. Jimmy's Red Dragon, or not the original, sorry, Jimmy's Red Dragon chassis. Single seat IFS.
This car has won absolutely everything apart from King of the Hammers. Could this be Cody's year? As we watch Brian McVeigh coming in to cross the line. Big jump, look at that. And he's going to be in and around that. There he is, 2:24.
Yep.
So he picked up some speed. He picked up speed on that inside.
He did get a little bit on that flat desert section. Watch Cody leave the line.
So Brian McVeigh goes into 5th position as Cody Addington leaves the line.
LS7 engine in that. Used to race in the stock class. 2012, he was voted the fan favorite. Bought this car in 2018, as you said, Jim, has won everything but this race.
Absolutely everything. But both this driver and this car have so much history in this event. I'm so looking forward to seeing this. And if you ever want to meet, you're going to struggle to meet a nicer guy than Cody as well. Always very helpful, always incredibly humble.
He's got a good pace. Everyone else has been coming around that turn around the 40-45 second mark, so he's got a couple seconds picked up in that first initial desert section.
Yeah, he's working this car very hard indeed.
Yeah,
Be careful not to lose a tyre.
There's a lot of gotchas on that one little downhill spot right there.
Yeah, I'm just
There's
watching that right side
tires.
rear.
And it looks like he will be taking the left side. If he can stay out of that rut, he can do it very quickly, which it looks like he has. There's just a couple little bounce sections up there, and then he'll be up through.
He's getting a little bit of kick on the back end there. Could do with a little bit more compression on those shocks, maybe.
If he can come through here clean, quickly, get a little bit of space up, we may see him 210-ish, maybe 215.
That's interesting watching this car. You can see that the wheels are coming off the ground an awful lot. That would say to me that he actually needs to do a little bit more shock tuning. He hasn't quite got that back end dialed in.
Yeah, it's a real, you spend a lot of time out here basically setting these cars up for the race, and sometimes guys are basically tuning them right up until race day. As Cody comes in through the infamous turn 19, this turn earned its name because the Herbst Trophy truck rolled twice in that corner, and its truck number is 19.
So Cody's actually coming in here for a good time. I think you're right. It's going to be somewhere around that sort of 210, 212.
Yeah, very good time for him. 214. Third place. Very good, though.
No, a great run there from Cody. You can see he's actually removed the spare tyre off the vehicle, and we talk about this a lot. Removing that spare tyre has completely changed the trim of the vehicle. So it could have been that if you'd had that spare tyre on, the trim of the vehicle would have been completely different, the shocks would have been working differently. I'm kind of anti all these stripping the cars down to go qualifying.
I completely agree with you. I think if I'm going to drive the car, I want to drive it in race form, just to get used to it. I understand that the short course, or however you want to call this, it's a little bit different. But I think once you tune the car, you tune the car, and you just want to drive the car. I don't think pulling the tire off gives you as much of an advantage as you think you would.
No, I don't. In fact, I think it actually gives you a disadvantage because you're now not actually running the trim that you set up when you were tuning your shocks.
I agree.
Okay, right, it's been a fantastic morning here. We're qualifying for the 4400 in the Progressive 2022 King of the Hammers. And it looks like we might have Cody Addington up on stage, so I think we're going to be switching over to Scott very shortly and see what Cody's got to say. But we'll just wait there and see what's going to be happening. But we've got a full day of qualifying here in Johnson Valley for the 4400 class at the Progressive King of the Hammers. And there's so many more big names, and looking forward as we are to Power Hour later on today, where we're going to see all of our heroes.
Yeah, and we got Scott on stage right now with Cody Addington. Scott, let's hear it.
Well, thanks a lot, guys. And Cody, I got to ask you, do you find it advantageous going out this early in the morning? Or I should say, yeah, it's still morning, but as compared to now, you got to sit here and wait for hours for the rest of the guys to qualify.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about it. We got lucky. We just had to change a transfer case. We broke it practicing this morning, so we run a small team, but thanks, guys, and everything obviously works, so happy to be out here racing as usual.
What was the course like this early in the morning? I know there's been a lot of traffic on that thing the last 2 days. What's it like this morning?
It's rough. It changed quite a bit from yesterday morning to this morning, and it's just continuing to get worse, so good luck, boys.
Well, let's see if we can get you to stay in that top 10 the rest of the afternoon. Nice job this morning, Cody.
Right on. Thanks, guys. I'm glad we didn't come in with the flat Nitto tires, vision wheel. All our team, thanks. Appreciate it.
All right, Cody Addington. Hey, guys, let's get ready for hour number 2. Let's go back to Jim and Ian.
Thank you very much, Scott. Always good to hear from Cody. As I say, he is a man with so much history here.
Yeah, currently sitting in third position with a 214.
So let's just have a quick look at our top 5. So we've got Paul Wolfe with a 206, Ron Brindle with a 211. In third place is that man on stage right now, Cody Addington with a 214. In fourth, it's Justin Wicks with a 218. And in fifth, it's Tom Gilpin with a 223.
As we wrap up that top 5, we're going to take a quick break from the action. Don't forget, for everyone watching at home, when we break from the action here in Hammertown, if you've subscribed to the premium feed, your basically viewing will not end. You'll get to keep seeing all the action from Hammertown. Definitely something you want to do today during qualifying, and even more so on race day, because it's going to be an amazing race this year.
Conquer the elements, handle the most extreme environments, and dominate the desert and trails with King's new 2021 Ford Bronco 2.5 OEM Performance Upgrade Kit. All kits are 100% designed, manufactured, and assembled in our Southern California facility. See why we're the first choice for experienced off-road racers worldwide and order your Bronco kit today.
Away we go. What are the judges going to do? Holy mackerel! 97 3/4! The best ever! History was just made!
Riders, let your queries be known.
Yeah, hi. Instead of letting passengers wrap their arms around us, can we put little handles on our jackets?
Deny.
Can you imagine?
I want a new nickname. Can you guys start calling me Snake?
No, Brian. Denied.
How about we all get quotes to see if we can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer?
Approved.
Cool. Hey, if Brian's not going to be Snake, can I be Snake?
No.
Single-digit temperatures, a couple of inches of snow on the ground already, and more predicted as the day goes on. In other words, conditions are perfect for the all-new Bronco Sport. It's time for electric to turn into lightning. An electric truck that can haul on both ends, that can help build your house, and if need be, power that house. That feels like a bullet train and works like a freight train. The fully electric F-150 Lightning.
Really thankful to have VP Fuels on board.
UTV 96 is like perfect in these things, makes them rip. It ran cool, it ran strong.
We got into those rock sections where we really needed that throttle response, and it was right there every time.
We run all VP lubricants. We haven't had any problems with any kind of leaking or any kind of heating issues.
And into State Frosty, no drama, temperature stayed under 200 the entire race.
The Ford Bronco is back, and 4-Wheel Parts is your Bronco aftermarket headquarters. Whether it's a wheel and tire upgrade you need or an all-out overlanding build, 4WP's expert staff and lineup of in-stock products are ready to help you do your Bronco right. Build your Bronco at one of our 100 stores nationwide or shop online at 4WP.com/Bronco HQ.
Renowned worldwide for reliability, the ARB air locker is a must-have for off-road drivers, including rock crawlers, overlanders, and racers. With over 100 applications, ARB air lockers gives your vehicle the traction you need to tackle virtually any challenge with the flip of a switch.
With aggressive styling and proven performance, the Atturo Trailblade family of tires are ready for your next adventure. The Trailblade MT features a race-winning tread pattern and stylishly aggressive sidewall that cuts through any terrain. Wherever the road ends, your adventure begins with Atturo tires. Discover the full Atturo family of tires at Atturo.com.
PCI Race Radio is the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. Stay in touch with our track stereo intercoms, two-way radios, satellite communications, helmets and headsets. Find new adventures with GPS. Breathe clean air with Race Air Fresh Air systems. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
tradition of performance. For over 60 years, a brand synonymous with VWs. Known around the world for quality, speed, and innovation. Impy, the first in VW speed equipment.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
So King of the Hammers, it's the toughest one-day race in the world as far as I'm concerned.
When you need your winch, that's the only thing that matters. It's about getting to the finish line first. It doesn't matter how you do it.
Welcome back to the 2022 Nitto Race of Kings qualifying. I'm Ben Napier in the pits. We've got the next hour lined up, ready to go. We've got some great competitors here. Let's go back to the booth with our hosts, Miles and Scott.
Thank you, Ben. We're about to kick off the Nitto Race of Kings qualifier. Up first, looks like it should be Mr. John Grounds with Proven Grounds Racing. And it's going to be a super exciting round of racing. It's going to be all day long. It's going to be down to the wire. And then at 4 p.m., we kick off Power Hour.
That's what everybody always talks about. And what's interesting about that, it always creates excitement as the day goes on, and it encapsulates Power Hour. But we've been noticing the last 2 days, in their own Power Hours, they're getting crazy in that session as well. So this whole event of Power Hour is almost a race in itself.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. And there's a great shot of Lauren Healy's car. It's going to be an interesting day. Jason Shear has started in the front line for the last 6 or 7 years. So it's going to be interesting to see if he can back that up.
Yeah, he's always kind of like the sentimental favorite, I think. Because he's such a damn nice guy.
He's a super nice guy.
Not taking anything away from anybody else. Plus, he's got that title underneath his belt also. But he's got that new Bronco. So it's like, so many variables.
It's the same car he's been racing. It's just got the Bronco body on it. So It's the same car he's been racing. So it's tried and true. It's built in. He's always a fan favorite for sure.
So John Grounds will be the first car off the line in hour number 2, the 4415.
And earlier we saw that EV seminar. It was really cool to see everything coming on with that on the road.
What are some of the names up on stage behind that?
Big names. It's really cool to see where we're heading in the sport. We're super excited about it.
chicken. I would have been up there getting something autographed by some of those guys. Jeepers, criminy.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to see where we're going, and it's coming with us here at King of the Hammers. So that's John Grounds out of Phoenix, Arizona with Proven Grounds Racing. He's in a Miller Pro chassis, CBM LS7 Turbo 400, Atlas Transfer Case, Fly Off-Road, Summit, Holly, Factor 55, Tom Woods Drive Shaft, Summit Racing help him get to the start line. John Grounds raced 2 classes last year. He was super busy, but he broadened his team, and now Joe Gatlin's driving his old 4500 car, and he's dedicated himself to the 4400 Unlimited class here at the 2022 Progressive King of the Hammers, powered by Optima Batteries. But this is the Nitto Race of Kings qualifier run, and he's got a good run under his belt. So far, it's very smooth in that straight axle Miller chassis.
Miles, you've been here now. You've been coming here for what was
this
it,
will be
17th?
my 14th year.
14th year. But you've grown, you've progressed, you've grown through the different stages of. I mean, you were here as a fan, not the more than a fan.
I was a pit crew at first.
Well,
but a fan.
If you weren't a fan, you wouldn't have been here as a pit crew. Let's put it that way. You were geeked out, obviously, from the first day. I remember, I want to say it was. Then the Facebook memories popped up from 5 years ago, I think it was. I picked you up at the airport in Palm Springs.
Yep, the good old days.
I'll never forget how we got closer and closer to Hammertown. The more geeked out, more excited you got. You kept looking off in the horizon, looking for the dust of the lake bed, and you were just all smiles as we once again have Grounds now coming into Hammertown.
Hitting that little jump out in the desert, getting ready to head up and through the Bronco Arch.
But now you find yourself, Miles, you are one of the guys, you are full-time, you're on the staff. You've been here for, what, 2 weeks now?
3 weeks tomorrow.
3 weeks? So
it's been a busy, long, fun week, but building Hammertown was something to see for sure. John Grounds heading around that turn 19. Takes a little high berm. Smooth and steady. So John Grounds getting ready to hit the Yukon launch. We'll get a time for him. It'll be about 2 1/4. Right around that 2:25 mark. Off the ride next is the 4480. That is Chris Hicks out of Santa Rosa, California with AdRack Racing. He's in a Genrite Triton Engineering chassis, LS7, Turbo 400, Atlas, Triton, Gearworks, PRP, Fox, BFGs. He's been racing with us for quite some time. And we got another little special guest up here with us, Terry Madden. How's it going, buddy?
Good, Miles. How you been?
I've been good, and it looks like you've been busy yourself. How's everything been going, Terry?
It's been a different year. A lot of changes this year.
But good changes, it seems.
Great changes. I'm really, really excited. We switched to Can-Am this year. I didn't have time to build a car, but they teamed me up with some amazing people, so we're going to go
Brian
have fun.
Deegan, you're riding with him. How cool is that?
I am racing UTV with Brian Deegan. We've been out here playing for a few weeks. He's exceptional. He's picking the rocks up fast. But we're getting ready to watch Kyle Cheney qualify, and I'm running 4400 with Cheney.
With Kyle Cheney in another Can-Am. You're an animal. So, are you riding with London as well?
Yeah, we're doing the Warrior Built deal in 4800
so
again.
Thursday, Friday,
foundation.
Saturday. You're going to be wore out, aren't you, buddy?
Yeah.
So who's your guess to be the fastest qualifier today for the Nitto Race of Kings? And a time. Right now it's Paul Wolf with a 205, I believe, 206.
You can't count out Horschel or Jason Shear.
Yep,
Jason
those are 2 names I threw out.
Always hangs it out in qualifying.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it shakes out. But Chris Hicks on screen, still running strong. So what's your take on the course this year, Terry? It's pretty gnarly, isn't it?
You know, I thought that on paper, and everybody, I've been getting asked a lot why the course is easier than it used to be, and it's not easier than it used to be. It's the technology. The evolution of these cars has been so amazing how much they've changed the last few years. I mean, we went out and ran lap 3 the other day in a UTV and didn't winch.
Really? Even down Kings Vito?
We rode right down Kings Vito.
Wow.
Surprisingly. But the wheelbase of that UTV is narrower, and you can squeeze through stuff. It's pretty amazing.
So Chris Hicks heading around turn 19. We'll get him here in town here very shortly. This will be a top...
turn 19.
Top 20 run. Well, you saw the Herbst roll over there a couple times, right?
Yeah. Which one? So I haven't even looked at qualifying. I just walked up. What are the 4,400 times stacking up compared to the UTV times?
Very similar, really. And actually, the top guy is Paul Wolf in a Can-Am right now. That's Tom Prendergast.
So I'm pretty excited to see what Kyle can do see where we can start in that 4400 race.
So that's Tom Prendergrass out of Evergreen, Colorado with Fire River Racing. He's in a Jimmy's 2-seat solid axle machine, LS 418, Turbo 400, Atlas, Spider Tracks, King, BFG, and Factor 55. He was the 2021 Ultra 4 North 4400 champion. So Tom Prendergrass and his wife raced the Class 11 earlier in the week.
Yeah, looks like we got Josh Barkey next.
Yeah, that's Martin Barkey, MBRP's son.
Okay.
He's racing the twin to Vaughn Gittin Jr.'s car, that Triton Engineering.
Oh, amazing. And then we got Hunter Miller in another Can-Am, so it'll be real interesting to see what Hunter does.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting. Those Can-Ams are really doubling down this year, it seems like.
So
apparently they're desperate for some co-drivers, huh?
Yeah. Couldn't do any better, so. No, I'm really excited to go with Kyle. I think we can make a good combination. We went out in the rocks a lot.
He won both his races last year.
Yeah, we
in the UTVs.
We seem to work well together. He seems to almost know what I'm thinking, and vice versa. He picks the lines I would pick, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
And Tom goes up the center rock section, and most people have been going that left lane. What's your choice on the pre-run? The qualifying.
I like crossing across it.
Okay.
I kind of angle it and hit that right line. Is where it felt best to me.
So Tom Prendergrass still running strong. Another solid axle machine. We've got a lot of amazing partners out there. We need to give a huge shout out to Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, Nitto, Holley EFI, Lasernut, Method Race Wheels, 4-Wheel Parts, King Shocks, Progressive, VP Racing Fuels, and Griffin Radiators. So please support who supports the sport. Without all those amazing partners, we would not be racing here at King of the Hammers today.
Boy, have you seen the smiles?
Tom makes through the Bronco arch.
Yeah, somebody just walked in the booth with this new axle of Randy Slaussen's car, and I think I'm going to stick it in my pocket.
Well, it's not going to fit in your pocket, but that thing's pretty cool, isn't it, Terry?
This is amazing. Look at the details inside.
And look at the roof. It shows all the current Kings. I think they've got 1,000 of these they're going to make and sell. I think they're only, what, $600? Yeah, this thing is really cool. Axial's the official RC car of Ultra 4.
Yeah, it's got a little GPS in it. I need one of these.
It's got the King Shocks up front.
It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, the attention to detail is pretty amazing. And that is Josh Barkey heading off the line.
I'd kind of like to drive that truck.
Yeah, those new cars are absolutely amazing.
They have stepped up the technology.
Yeah, Josh Barkey with MBRP out of Huntsville, Ontario, Canada with Epic Racing. That is Martin Barkey's son with MBRP. He's in that Triton Engineering car that's almost identical to Vaughn Gittin's car. So it's a solid rear axle, but it's got the front IFS with portals with the Bronco body. Takes a little wide there, but still running strong.
Well, that right rear, the rock on that corner right there is taking a lot.
Can catch a tire?
Catch a tire real easy. I'd take the safety and take that a little wide there.
So are you running qualifying today with Cheney?
No, he's actually up in about 6 or 8 cars, I believe.
So Josh Barkey, we'll see if he takes the left line or goes up the rock sections. He takes the far right line. If you can one-shot this, it's pretty fast, but the traction just isn't there today. You can see him using the horsepower, making his way up. This is going to be a very respectable
That was a pretty good
time.
run. There isn't traction on that, though. It's a combination of the dust off the top, I think. There's just a lot of loose on it. The car before kicks things down every run.
But the Nitto tires were spinning and hooking up.
Oh, that's a good-looking car.
Yeah, the Bronco bodies they put on these things are absolutely amazing. He'll hit this little ski jump out in the middle of the desert and head towards the Bronco Arch.
They did a good job on the short course this year. You gotta
Goodby and Bird did an amazing
That little jump
job.
you can hit full out. It doesn't kick. It does what you expect it to do.
So the Bronco heading through the Bronco Arch as we speak, as Josh Barkey's going to have a very, very quick time. See if he can keep her smooth. He takes the inside line.
I think that's the way to go. It's high to low there. Yep. You get up high, you're just in the fluff, and it looks fast, but you're not actually.
And that's where they keep catching the edge and flopping over.
Yeah, you're not making any time up top.
So Josh Barkey getting ready to hit the Yukon launch. We'll have a time for him very soon.
Miller off the line here.
That's why you came up here.
I did. I want to see what these Can-Ams stack up. I tell you what, I'm really excited about this new Can-Am relationship. They're taking really good care of me. We're going to do some really fun things this year.
Hunter Miller out of Greenville, Texas with Miller Brothers Racing in a Can-Am, Maxxis, Elka, Sparco. And that Can-Am, and he's going to be running hard tomorrow and on Saturday.
Those guys are running the same car, too.
Yeah, they're going to completely rebuild it. That's
tearing
insane.
them completely down, rebuilding them, and then going back out.
At least they have 2 of them to do.
Yeah, a complete prep in one day.
They came here to race for Can-Ams, the Can-Am race a couple years ago. And then they said, you know what, let's get in the big race.
Yep.
Dave let them, and they ran it and better than it.
Yeah,
Now they're running it this week to run in both.
Yeah, I was torn on that. I was actually full on 4400 at the time that Can-Ams ran the first time, and I thought they don't belong there. It's a UTV. Look how he just drove up that.
And Paul Wolf is sitting on the pole at that 206 in another Can-Am.
Pre-running in Cheney's car the last few days, they are legitimately competitive in the rocks.
They're fast, they're nimble, they're quick.
Good.
And Can-Am builds a good machine.
And they're doing neat things.
So this will be another very quick time. Can he knock off his Can-Am teammate, Paul Wolf? It's going to be close. It's going to be a very fast run. So Hunter Miller up and through the Bronco arch as he can.
Oh, he went the other line.
He can take the inside line.
That was
a little more
smooth.
direct. So he'll hit tier 19 as we speak.
He's going to be right there.
It's going to be super, super close, down to the absolute last wire.
Just barely over 2 here.
206 time to beat. It looks like Paul Wolf is going to stick. This is going to be a 209 or so.
9.044. That's pretty impressive. Where's that
off the line next?
That's second place.
4406 of Brent Burton out of Colstrip, Montana, in a Trent Fab 2C IFS, LS3 Turbo 400, Atlas, Spider Tracks, and King Shocks. His co-driver is Jacob Smith. So Brent Burton on screen, or coming into screen.
Sometime. I tell you what, these drone pilots,
amazing, aren't they?
I was watching a little. I went to town this morning for fuel. First time I've had any coverage in days, and was watching some of the videos. I cannot believe what they're doing with the drone now.
Did you see it at the Holly EFI shootout when the guy was on top of the
360 roll coverage?
Well, and that, but when he got on top of the car to celebrate, they threw it through the cab.
It's unreal.
These guys are, really stepping up their game, and we can fly the drones at night this year. So that King's Vito is going to be fun to watch all night long.
The King's Vito's a little nuts.
Absolutely. I was able to watch the Gomez brothers. They ran it like 4 times back to back, just kind of getting the run, and every time the trail's a little different.
It changed a few times I looked at it.
So it sounds like getting a little chatter through my PCI race radio. Tom Ways is going to be qualifying here soon. Ooh, it looks like a right front he just caught. Brent Burton, there's no way. Yep, absolutely. Killed a right front tire, so tough break for him. But he's close to town. Hopefully he can make it through. But yeah, Tom Ways will be running here very soon. He opted out of Power Hour. Just wanted to kind of get it done and over with. So is that an advantage or not? Time will tell.
Yeah, that's always a big question, Miles, because sometimes you get into Power Hour, you get later in the day, you get in that dust and the sun going down.
Yep,
visibility
exactly. There's shadows that come into
rough.
And he gets stuffed at the top of the Bronco arch. So I think there's maybe more wrong than just a flat tire.
He's got broken axle, broken knuckle, maybe. No, it might be a speed the tire wrapped up in the brakes.
There's something going on. So tough break for Brent Burton.
So Tom might be okay on that switch because it does get rutted more through the day. It does. But then there's the adrenaline of Power Hour, too, that always makes a difference.
Look at that. He's got something wrong. He can't even make that corner.
He's going to back her in. Even finishing a slow time qualifying is better than a DNF.
Especially with all the people that don't. Yeah,
that still puts you mid-pack. And with the dust, that's going to make a big difference on race day.
And they still have a couple more days to get their car back in the pits and get her checked out, so he'll probably have to do another backup here. Oh, uses the berm, makes it through.
I'm really hoping we get some of this wind on race day.
Yeah, the wind today is a little insane.
It is, but as far as on race day in the car, it's what you want. That's never a fun feeling because you're so helpless.
Yeah, you're just
you know,
pushing to the end.
It's killing him.
Absolutely. So we'll get a time for him right around that 3:20 mark.
That's still a top 20
for now. We'll have over 100 cars qualified today. Up next, the 4425 of Brandon Johnson.
If that puts you mid-pack for the main race, mid-pack's not out of it.
Absolutely, and this race will be on adjusted time, so sometimes starting towards the back is an advantage on the time game.
It depends
as long
on
as you don't get stuck in lap traffic.
It depends on the congestion.
Yeah, last year it was Marcos Gomez that started towards the back of the pack and made the podium.
You can't count Marcos out on anything.
You can't count Gomez out on anything. That's what I'm talking. So Brandon Johnson, number 4425, they debuted this car in Sturgis, South Dakota this year. Him and his brother built this thing from scratch, the SXOR. They race down in Baja some.
I'm ready for some more Baja. I'm missing it.
Yeah, it's beautiful down there, isn't it, Terry?
Might be where to head after Hammers.
I want to head home.
This is home. I'm ready to leave.
So Brandon Johnson heading up short bus, takes that 90 right. I believe his brother's riding shotgun with him. Or normally they do.
I wonder how many people will see take the drop in Power Hour.
I don't know. I don't know if it's worth it, do you?
I don't know if it's worth the risk. I mean, because that's a front to back. You mess up, you're in the back. But it's definitely an advantage if you do make it clear. It's a time saver.
Let's talk advantage there for just a minute, because normally we have a full desert loop. Well, this year, mile marker 2, Turkey Claw. I know it's not a tough trail, but it's a rock trail. So I think qualifying up top towards the front is a huge advantage.
I was against that. I'll be interested to see how it shakes out. Years ago, we went straight to the rocks, and there was some congestion and trail plugs, and it bottlenecks, and it sucked. But things have evolved, and cars are different, and Turkey Claw is a wide enough trail. There's multiple trails.
There's only a couple spots where there's only one or two lines.
I don't know how that will work out, but going to the rocks right off the start of the race could mess up the entire race, or it could make it really cool. Time will tell.
Brandon Johnson makes quick work of the rocks. He'll have a top 20 run for sure. It's a little ski jump. The Hammer King production crew has done an absolutely amazing job all week long, so a huge shout out to all those guys and gals for bringing you this amazing live coverage back at home. He took the inside line. Brandon Johnson running strong still. Being a little conservative in turn 19.
Got Jason Blanton coming up next.
Jason Blanton run that huge horsepower
He's
big
always
block.
got huge motor.
I was talking to him last night at the Pit Crew Challenge, and he's excited to throw down today. So Brandon Johnson with a 250. So up next is Mr. Jason Blanton, number 966, out of Kirkland, Washington, with Blanton Racing. He's in a Jimmy's 4x4 IFS 2-seat, big block 572, ran by Holly Performance. Gearworks Turbo 400, Atlas, Spider Tracks, Yukon, King, and Jason Blanton's really laying it down. He's been towards the front a couple years ago.
Yeah, you can't count Jason out on qualifying either. He's really good on short course. I'm amazed how many people are taking the top line up on the hill there.
It's getting super rutted out there, too.
It's rough, and you take that low outside desert line, you can carry a lot more speed through there, I feel.
Again, if you're just joining us, this is qualifying for the Nitto Race of Kings during the 2022 Progressive King of the Hammers powered by Optima Batteries. Blanton gets a little light on one side, does a small little bike, but keeps it rolling. Be interesting to see what line he takes going up the rock section. He's going to take the far right line.
Angle across. I think that's
show off
the
some
line.
horsepower. Oh, bad bounce. That's not good. Momentum is key in this situation. When you stop all that, it's really hard to get going. The video does not do justice how steep this really is.
No, that first little ledge there, if it pops wrong, it's hard to get started again.
Like you were talking just a little bit ago about the dust from the last guy gets on there, and it really just does make it slick. I love his different colors on that car.
That's
it really pops.
Always a real balance in qualifying because you could air down and drive that hill easy, but then you got flats.
Then you get a flat.
And we air up for qualifying to protect the tires, and then you don't climb as good.
Traction. Yep. So there's a happy medium somewhere.
Which one do you pick?
It's a guesstimate, right?
Yep. You know, years ago, this race was a lot slower pace. We ran really low air pressures and crawled everything.
But now it's a sprint endurance.
Now the speeds we're running in the desert, you've changed air pressures completely and used the horsepower in the rocks.
Yeah, Jason Blanton just smoked through the Bronco Arch. He's still going to have a great time. It'll be a top 10 for sure, for now.
It's like a 222. Puts him in 6th place right now.
So that's a pretty good run. But
Tom
up next
Ways
is
off the line,
Mr.
Miles.
Tom Ways, 3-2-1.
I tell you what, Tom is fast in the desert. He's faster than his car sometimes.
He's definitely one of my picks that is not already a king that can be up there.
Absolutely. If he gets a car to hold it together to what he does to his abilities, he's a contender all day long.
Yeah, Tom Ways, number 321 out of Olympic Valley, California, in a Get Bent Fab 2C IFS chassis. Redline Schofield LS7, Gearworks Turbo 400, Atlas transfer case, Spider Tracks, RCV, Icon. This guy can do it all. His first King of the Hammers was 2008. He's been doing this for a long time. And he's actually goes up to Alaska and hops out of a helicopter and does skiing up there. He does ski tours up there. This guy is an animal.
He invited me a few years ago. I've watched some of the videos of things he does, and this might be one of the mellower things that Tom does.
Yeah, you talk about adrenaline, this guy eats it all up.
So who's with Tom this year?
I believe it's James Schofield again.
Okay.
And then he's got another buddy, Jacob. Jeremy Dickinson is on board. So he's got backup co-drivers.
I've rode with a lot of people, and I don't honestly know about getting in the car with Tom. He's
fast.
He pushes hard. It's amazing.
Yeah, that Icon machine's looking good.
Oh, there. See,
it gets a little bit. Oh, is it a right rear?
He might have a right rear flat.
But it's still going to be a super fast time, like super fast. This could be our new pole sitter.
I'd rather have a rear flat than no, it's still got air in it. It must have just been a mark on it from that rock.
So Tom Ways running strong. He'll head up through the Bronco Arch here momentarily. He was supposed to be in Power Hour, but opted out. So Tom Ways right at that 150 mark, so it's going to be really close to that 205 mark. Taking the inside line, I like that.
They got good moisture in the track today. They're doing a good job on the short course.
Yeah, Goodby and Bird have been working on this thing for every day, making just refining it, and it's looking good. So Tom Ways is actually going to be about a 215. So a 216, top 5. Up next, number 72, that is Hunter Sparrow out of Denver, Colorado with Sparrow Motorsports. I believe Kimberly Sparrow, his wife, is riding shotgun with him. They built this car in-house. It's got a 408 LS Stroker, Turbo 400, Atlas, ARB, King, BFG, Raceline, and Corbeau. His first Ultra 4 race was King of the Hammers back in 2012. And they'll be, Kimberly will be driving on Friday in the Everman Challenge. So it's kind of cool to see them both racing both classes and helping each other out. That's relationship building 101 at its finest, if you ask me.
Yeah, there's no way.
If you can get through a race with your wife, you can get through anything.
Just looking down this Power Hour list, and we got Jason Shipman back this year. Hasn't Jason been out for a few years?
He's dabbled here and there, but yeah, it'd be good to see him back out here.
I love Jason,
and I believe
he's watching him run.
He's riding his IFS car this year. As Hunter Sparrow running strong, that number 72. They raced with us most of the Eastern Series last year.
What's our total car count this year? 440, 400.
Just over 100 cars. So it sounds like Ben Napier's down in the pits with the man himself, Tom Ways. Ben, what do we got, buddy?
Thanks, guys. Welcome down to the pits. I'm Ben Napier. I've got Tom Ways here, who's just thrown down his qualifying run. Tom was scheduled for Power Hour later this afternoon. He's made a strategic decision to run earlier. How do you think that worked for you, Tom?
I think it's great. Power Hour is awesome for the fans, but honestly, it stresses me out, and I always prefer to go when the light's a lot better, no shadows. And I asked Dave Cole if he minded, and he said no, that was fine. Go ahead and run. So I apologize to the fans for not running for Power Hour, but I hope everybody understands that we'll be out here Saturday ready to run for the front, and I think this sets us up for a perfect starting position.
It does, and you've had a nice solid run, 5th place, 2 minutes 16. You happy with that time?
You know what? I bet it puts us about 15th off the line. That's my prediction, which is great because anywhere between 10th last year and 20th is really ideal. That's really the best place to be. I've started in the front, I've started in the back. It's stressful starting in the front, and it's a little bit relaxing starting in 95th because you're passing all day. But really, the sweet spot, we're sitting right in it. I'm really happy. I really appreciate BF Goodrich Tires, Icon Vehicle Dynamics, Icon Alloys, C&H Motorsports, Schofield Performance for building the rear gear in this car, and Redline Performance. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Tom. I hope that gives everyone at home some really good insight into how these drivers think and what goes into this. It's really interesting to see all the different ways that guys are thinking about qualifying. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Ben. And on course now is Sean Holland, number 4416, out of Rocky Mountain House, Alberta, Canada. Lucky 16 Racing is in a Brink Fab chassis. Yeah, the Canadians are back this year. Really great to see them. His wife Melanie is usually in the co-driver's seat. Cool to see the husband and wife team up.
It's a couple husband and wife teams back to back, isn't it?
Yeah, Hunter and Kimberly Sparrow, and now Sean Holland and Melanie. Taking that wide left line. That's what Randy Slauson took yesterday, and he was the fastest in the 4-wheel parts Everyman Challenge classes. So I think playing it safe is okay to do in this qualifying run. This is a 1.3 mile qualifying course. Goes just kind of around Means Butte.
Really smooth off the hill there.
He'll let the little ski jump out in the desert and come back into Hammertown here very shortly. Sean Holland pushing pretty strong as he goes up and through the Bronco Arch.
It's getting a bigger hole there than there's been too. I like that other line, but I don't know about that hole there.
Yeah, it almost seems like that inside line's a little more direct. He's coming a little hot. No, he saved it. I was worried about him. The left front carried a little bit, but
Miles' voice got about as high as he did.
Sean Holland still pushing all the way to the end. It's going to be a very good run. He may even bump Tom Ways out of the top 5. The 216, 5th spot. So just about a second faster than Tom Ways, but on course now is Chad Owens out of Coopersburg, Pennsylvania with Owens Racing. He's in an Owens Racing chassis, LSX, Turbo 400, Atlas, Spider Tracks, Nitto, Method, Race Wheels, and Fox. After racing Line Mountain for more than 20 years, he's ready to play with us here at Ultra 4 Racing. So Chad Owen running strong.
Oh, that rock. That rock's moved around the entire week.
And it's getting dusty, even though the wind is blowing. That dust is starting to stick. And actually, they're running in their own dust, it looks like, as hard as the wind's blowing. Another solid axle machine.
Looks like he just caught a big rock that's going to roll down in the way there. Next person might not be expecting.
So, Terry, we talk about this time and time again, IFS versus straight axle. I still think straight axle has a great shot this year, but the IFS technology has came a long way the last few years.
It just depends on the course, Miles, but the IFS is doing everything in the rocks that we used to do in a straight axle, and with how rough the desert is, especially after the desert races, I think IFS has the advantage.
Now, how about King's Veto? It's not that long, but it's very difficult. Is that going to be a game changer? You're not too worried about it?
I think the advantage that IFS gives you of not a front diff hanging down for some of the drops on King's Veto, it's got points on each of the drops.
Okay.
That actually it's not going to make any difference.
So the ground clearance is the advantage.
If we were going up it, maybe.
Okay. So up next, who's this guy?
We got Kyle Cheney up next. That's honestly, why I came in here. I'm excited to watch Kyle. I'm going to run with Kyle on the 4400 race.
You're going to be a busy guy, but it'll be a lot of fun to watch.
Well,
and he,
the plan is not to get out of the car.
He had a great run last year. So Chad Owens, we'll get a time on him here shortly.
You got to get in one of these new Can-Am Smiles.
Yeah,
what they are putting together.
They're fun, huh?
I was absolutely impressed, and I've been in a lot of cars.
I've been in a Can-Am a lot, but it's been the Commander just building the Hammertown. So Chad Owens with a 223, it looks like, currently in the top 10. So up next is Kyle Cheney out of Petoskey, Ohio, with Cheney Racing. He's a factory Can-Am driver. And just last year, Cheney won both the Toyo B3 race and the Can-Am King of the Hammers race. So we'll see if he can back it up once again, Terry.
I'm looking forward to the 4400. I hope he does good in the UTV race as well, but I really want to see what we can do against the big cars. Pretty smooth through there. I'm impressed the change in the UTV technology as well. Used to be in the open desert, they were miserable. And now that car will do just as much as a big car in the open desert.
Yeah, I mean, they're quick, they're nimble. What's the top speed? Can they hit 100 miles an hour?
Yes.
So on some of the the lake beds, I think I've heard Tom Ways hitting upwards of 135, but you're not holding that for that long. So if you can cruise at that 90 to 100, it's gonna hold some.
Yeah, we're not doing trophy truck speeds or Tom Ways speeds, but there's not many places out here you can do that for a long distance either.
He's taking that little further left line, but making quick work.
Lost a little bit right there.
Dang, he's still going. That cost about 2 seconds. He's still all right. And he clipped that rock.
Still got air in it.
Tire's okay. Kyle Cheney, this guy is an animal. This guy is always fast, always in it for the win as he stuffs the front diff a little bit. He's a little frustrated, I'd assume, but still pushing hard. Did you see his bumper from the B3 race?
More than a bumper.
Ooh, it was the frame it looked like.
Into the frame and to the shock mounts. I was pretty impressed that it all held together after that.
Kyle Cheney through the Bronco arch as we speak. Kyle Cheney, one more turn, 19, and then the Talladega sweep. Is he going to be able to bump his teammate, Paul Wolf? I don't think so.
No, but he's still going to be up there.
So we'll have a couple Can-Ams up front.
Still going to be up there.
So out of the dust is the key. A 211 or so.
So tell me more about this race tomorrow after the UTV race.
So the grudge match. So it's the...
puts him in
third spot. So the 4471 of Dan Dunn out of Grand Blanc, Michigan with FD Off-Road using a Jimmy's chassis, Skinner LS, Gearworks Turbo 400, Atlas King Shocks, Arturo tires, PCI race radios. His first Ultra 4 race was in San Felipe 2021.
So, Miles, if I'm looking at that right, is that Can-Ams for the top 3 spots in qualifying right now?
You're nailing it.
In the 4400 class?
That's incredible. So, yeah, we'll give you a quick rundown. Paul Wolf up front, Hunter Miller, then Kyle Cheney, then Ron Prindle, then Cody Addington wrapping out the top 5. So the top 3 are Can-Ams. That's going to be interesting on race day. I've heard a little bit of discussion about that, is that they deserve to be there because they meet the rules, right? Yes. But the weight issue compared to a 4400 car, that's where some of those guys are a little nervous about going wheel to wheel with something half its weight.
There's a safety issue, and I'll address that issue. I hope that the other racers will respect us a little. But I have every intention to get the hell out of the way. If they're coming through and they're in a faster car and they're in a bigger car, they have the right of way, and that's the way it should be. I want to go out and play and go out and have fun and go out and contend, but if there's a bigger car coming in the desert, we're going to get out of the way. That's the way it works. It's no different in Baja or anywhere else. You know, I've been in the trophy truck when you have trouble and then you're back in the race and there's UTVs in front of you in the trophy truck. And
I mean, that's just common sense 101.
That's the way it works in the desert. You know, in Mexico, that's no big deal. You're always in mingled classes with bikes and smaller vehicles, so it shouldn't be that different here with a little respect.
Well, I like to hear your insight on that because, yeah, I mean, that is a safety concern. But, I mean, these drivers are top tier regardless, so they deserve to be there.
We are going to do a few things different. We're working with Buggy Whip. We're going to put some blue lights on the back and try and be a little safer in the dust. And, I mean, if there's a horn or any type of anything, get out of the way.
Absolutely.
That's the way it should be.
Dan Dunn through the Bronco Arch, heading into Hammertown. That's a 2-seat IFS Jimmy's chassis. He debuted it last season and did some tweaks to it here recently, and it's really looking good.
So the race tomorrow night after the UTV race, I'm still trying to understand it.
So the top 20 that finish, you get 1 hour after the 20th person finishes, and then it's going to be a short course, just race. And they're going to invert the field. So 20th starts first starts 20th, 10 grand on the line, rolling start side by side. I don't remember the lap count, but I heard 4 laps. And just go.
4 laps just on the short course?
Just the short course.
So
maybe the qualifying course.
Is there a time cutoff for that? I mean, if you finish first and then sometimes 20 cars don't finish. You're going to sit there for hours and wait on...
That'll have to be a fluid situation. I'm not 100% sure on that. But that's Mr. Tim Hooper, I believe.
I mean, your winners are going to be wanting to be celebrating. I see that being a real battle though on short course.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. And like I said, 10 grand on the line.
And who put that up?
Dave got it together. I don't know exactly who put up the money.
That's interesting. That's exciting. It's a new fun concept.
Yeah, it's gonna be a fun one to watch. So Tim Hooper out of Bentonville, Arkansas, with Fuelworks Racing. He's in a Trent Fab top shelf, solid axle machine, Thompson Motorsports 427, Super 80 Trans, Atlas, Spider Tracks, Method Race Wheels, PRP, Fox, BFG, and Fuelworks.
Have you ever looked at his new Fuelworks cans?
They're very impressive. It can be a race jug, it can be for your lawnmower. With all the California BS you guys have going on, this one actually works.
Living in California, the things they mandate us on are kind of amazing sometimes. And that fuel jug actually works with the vent and meets all the rules, and they're all we use. I love them.
Yeah, most of the ones that you have to use, I feel like you lose more fuel trying to use the safety ones, but the Fuelworks, yeah, they absolutely work. He gave me a couple, and man, that's what I use. They're quick and easy, and they dump fast if you need to be in race mode.
I've heard they're coming out with a new spout that they're testing here with that car and going to use them as their race jugs. For
yeah,
race.
He showed me one the other day, and I think it's going to work. So it sounds like Dan Dunn is in the top 10 with a 219. But it's the Can-Ams on the pole. Paul Wolf, Hunter Miller, Kyle Cheney, Ron Prindle, and then Cody Addington. Sean Holland, Tom Ways, Justin Wicks, Dan Dunn, Jason Blanton, Tom Gilpin, Chad Owens. So Tim Hooper in that Trent Fab machine still pushing strong all the way to the end. I think the attrition's going to be super high this year, Terry.
I believe so. The dust is going to take out a lot of people. There's always that adrenaline off the start. You got to pay attention and pace yourself. It's a long race.
So Tim Hooper with a 236.317. Up next is Mr. Philip McGilton, number 47 out of Mingo Junction, Ohio, with V&L Motorsports. He's in Derek West's old car. That's a 2020 Jimmy's 4x4 2-seat straight axle machine. Show Me Speed LS, ATI Turbo 400, Hero TK, Spider Tracks, Radflow, and Nitto.
That car sounds really good.
Yeah, McGilton's first Ultra 4 race was King of the Hammers 2016. He also has dabbled in ARCA in the Craftsman Trucks series with NASCAR.
Is Derek here?
I don't believe so.
I miss him.
Yeah, he's a good cat. And this is his car running right now. I believe Michael Ariesman's riding shotgun with him. He's raced with us in some of the Eastern Series races. He's got Jason Shear's 09 winning car, if I'm not mistaken. But he is not racing, he is co-driving. Michael Ariesman riding along with Philip McGilton. Takes a... I've seen a few of them get stuffed there, so I don't know if the holes are getting bigger or what.
That hole's getting deeper.
And look at those ruts. They are really getting dug out. I've seen a few people go around that big rock, and I kind of like that.
I'm not sure it's not faster. Sometimes smoother's faster than getting in those ruts. I believe this is the last car in our 1 o'clock, Miles.
It's been a great running so far today, and we are not over for qualifying for the Nitto Race of Kings. Getting things all stacked up for Saturday's big day. This is all part of the 2022 Progressive King of the Hammers, powered by Optima Batteries. It's got a pretty good run going on, actually.
Yeah, really good.
Through the Bronco Arch. So Philip McGilton showing off some horsepower. Taking one more sweep around the Can-Am Talladega.
Oh, that car sounds good, Miles.
It's screaming as he hits the Yukon launch. We'll have a time for him. So it looks like a 2:23.675 for Philip McGilton. And it sounds like Ben Napier has Kyle Cheney. Ben, what do we got?
Good afternoon, everyone. Here's Ben in the pits. I've got Kyle Cheney, who's just done his Ultra 4 4400 qualifying run. How'd you find that lap, Kyle?
You know, we got to pre-run the track a little bit this morning. When I did it before the UTV race, I had a battery blow up, so I didn't really get to see the track. But now that I've seen the track, you know, we were able to pick some good lines, and we did all right. I blew a rear axle before going up short bus, and I didn't think I was going to make it. I just hit the bottom wide open, and Three Wheels was able to pull me up and get me around the track. So really, I can't believe we, you know, we finished with the time we did. I mean, you know, like I said, I got a rear broke axle, and I was 3 seconds faster than I was in the UTV qualifying. So I don't know, we really threw it down, and you know, we're wanting to, you know, we were wanting a podium spot for 4400. So you know, I'm sure there's a lot of fast guys coming this afternoon for qualifying, but it's going to be a long race on Saturday.
Absolutely, a podium spot for 4400. What sort of changes have you made to this thing between the UTV race and for the Race of Kings race?
We had such a great car last year. We didn't change much. You know, the car was awesome last year. So we had, you know, we changed. CT made some lower A-arm mount shock front end for it, and they changed up some suspension mounting stuff and everything. But pretty much just the same car from last year. Just pretty much like a replica build. You know, we came out here and did some testing. So the fuse in between the steering wheel and the seat changed a little bit. But other than that, everything's the same.
And you've got Terry riding with you. That's a heap of knowledge, heap of Hammers knowledge. You excited about that?
Yeah, you know, with him in the passenger seat, I don't even feel like I need to do anything. So, you know, it's awesome having him. You know, he definitely has awesome. You know, he's definitely awesome out here. You know, we did some pre-running together, and he definitely knows his stuff. So I'm super excited to get, you know, race with him on Saturday, and I'm sure he's going to show me some stuff.
Absolutely. The guys have had him up in the booth commentating while you were out there qualifying, and he made it really clear that he didn't want to get out of the seat. He wants a clear run, so hopefully you guys can have that on Saturday.
Well, he hooked us up with some factory 55 winch stuff just in case, but I don't plan on him getting out of the seat.
Fair enough. Well, that's great. You've got all those plans together. Best of luck to you Thursday and Saturday doing the double header. Have a great time.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys, and back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Ben and Kyle, for the little tidbit info. And Terry, what do you got going on next?
I got to go get the car ready for the UTV race. Go get Brian's car finished up, you know, pack our final stuff, and get ready to go.
Well, Terry, it's always a pleasure seeing you, buddy.
So,
have a good one.
Miles.
So while we get everything racked and stacked for the next heat, we'll be right back after this.
Whether you're conquering the toughest single-day race in the world or the toughest trail at the off-road park, you need a tire that can get you to the finish. You need the Atturo Trailblade Boss. Go online to Atturo.com to find your local authorized dealer and get the race-proven Trailblade Boss from Atturo. Atturo Tires. Go your own way.
Hey, it's Miles, the voice of Ultra 4 Racing, and we have something special here and we want you to be a part of it. The Ultra 4 subscription is only $35 a year. Premium will go picture-in-picture during commercial. You can also rewatch last year's King of the Hammers or any regional race in its entirety. We have some driver feature videos, car walkarounds in case you missed it. You can do some of the video trail walks and all that stuff. But during King of the Hammers itself, we'll have some special dedicated cameras. We'll have some helicopter footage, some FPV drone, a little extra in the pits. We'll have all sorts of dedicated camera angles from behind the scenes with the premium, including the drone, but we have some good pilots, and it ain't me.
Oh, King of the Hammers is the most fun race of the year. You know, it's like 10 days of off-road adventure out here.
It is the toughest race in America.
Amazing.
It's brutal.
Crazy.
King of the Hammers is tough.
Wide open. Badass.
Rocks.
The percentage of the cars that actually finish is very low, and you got to bring your A game. You have to have the best equipment, you have to have the best drivers, you have to have the best navigators, but this isn't just a driver's race, this is a navigator's race as well, because they're out usually winching the cars just to make it to the finish line. So it takes everything to make it to the finish here.
Burning Man for gearheads.
Burning Man for the off-road.
King of the Hammers is unique.
Oh man, King of the Hammers is gnarly.
King of the Hammers started out as one thing, the fastest guy through the rocks and the trails to get to those rocks across the desert. And what it's evolved into is an off-road festival. There's concerts out here, there's desert racing, there's rock bouncing, there's even a Class 11 race, there's the King of Kings race now, so it's a whole off-road festival.
I'm Dave Cole. Welcome to the 2022 King of the Hammers.
This is the class that started it all. 4400 Unlimited, the original King of the Hammers race car. Unlimited means just that. If you can dream it, you can build it, bring it out to the lake bed, and see what it does on race day. I'm Ian Johnson here in the Big Tire Garage. This is your Method Race Wheels Ultra 4 class breakdown for the big dogs. 4400 Unlimited. This is the race that started it all, and millions watch every year as 100 drivers leave Hammertown in some of the most technologically advanced four-wheel drive off-road racing vehicles on the planet. Each driver must earn their way into the race by either finishing in the top 20 in the previous King of the Hammers, qualifying at a regional race, or earning a spot during King of the Hammers week in the Last Chance qualifier. There are no limitations in this class aside from the safety rules. The cars can run any size tire, unlimited suspension travel, unlimited engine choices, and unlimited shock options. The only real requirement in the 4400 Unlimited class is a transfer case that shifts the vehicle in and out of four-wheel drive. The most talked about item in this class has been the use of independent front suspension versus a solid front axle. IFS cars can travel at incredibly high rates of speed in the desert, but they are limited in steering angle in the rocks. Each year, the discussion always revolves around which type of car will win the crown. And with the race course changing every year, you never know until the checkered flag drops and a new king wears the crown.
patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
Be known.
Yeah, hi. Instead of letting passengers wrap their arms around us, can we put little handles on our jackets?
Deny.
Can you imagine?
I want a new nickname. Can you guys start calling me Snake?
No, Brian.
Denied.
How about we all get quotes to see if we can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer?
Approved.
Cool. Hey, if Brian's not going to be Snake, can I be Snake?
No.
There once was a colt who was raised by goats. He struggled at first on the snow, the rocks, and the rivers. Then he became strong, capable of handling any terrain. And the colt became a Bronco. With 7 available goat modes that adapt the vehicle to go over any type of terrain, this is the all-new Bronco Sport. It's time for electric to turn into lightning. An electric truck that can haul on both ends, that can help build your house, and if need be, power that house. That feels like a bullet train and works like a freight train. The fully electric F-150 Lightning.
Thankful to have VP Fuels on board.
UTV 96 is like perfect in these things, makes them rip.
It ran cool, it ran strong.
We got into those rock sections where we really needed that throttle response, and it was right there every time.
We run all VP lubricants. We haven't had any problems with any kind of leaking or any kind of heating issues.
Heading into State Frosty, no drama, temperature stayed under 200 the entire race.
The Ford Bronco is back, and 4 Wheel Parts is your Bronco aftermarket headquarters. Whether it's a wheel and tire upgrade you need or an all-out overlanding build, 4WP's expert staff and lineup of in-stock products are ready to help you do your Bronco right. Build your Bronco at one of our 100 stores nationwide or shop online at 4WP.com/Bronco HQ.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to qualifying for the 2022 Race of Kings. I've got race director Liam O'Donnell next to me. He's getting his cars ready. We're about to go live. We've got some exciting names coming up this hour. John Hall, Eric Merriman, Bill Kunz, Chip McLaughlin, Cody Miller, Dan Wyrick, fan favourite Kevin Yoder, amongst the ones running this hour. Let's go back to our hosts in the booth. This hour we've got Pam Hall, Ian Johnson, and we've got Jim Marsden in the pits. Let's go racing.
Thanks a lot, Ben. I appreciate that. As you said, we are here for qualifying live here in Johnson Valley, California for the Race of Kings. Pam, 2 o'clock, time to see more qualifying. Who are you most excited to see in this block of drivers?
In this 2 o'clock hour, I have to say Chip McLaughlin is the one I'm most excited to see right now because he does not lift. He has that Chip Happens hashtag on all his social media for a reason.
Yeah, that would be an exciting one. I'm looking forward to see Kevin Williams out there. They came out here last year, raced for the very first time. They're back again to try to tackle King of the Hammers in their Bilstein Shock sponsored vehicle, so it'll be super exciting to see that vehicle out here. I'm also super excited to see Dan Wyrick come out at this 2 o'clock hour, as well as Christopher Branton. Really good group that's going to hit the grid right here. So we're going to have non-stop qualifying action from here from 2 to 3, but don't forget, at 4 o'clock, it's Power Hour time.
That's the exciting time. I'm so excited for Power Hour just like everybody else. Our crowd is very large out here right now, even though we have a little bit of the wind, which we normally don't say the W word, but it's already here, and it's a little bit chillier today. So the wind and the cold, definitely a different factor out here for these cars and all the people watching.
Yeah, the wind's good, keeps dust off the qualifying course, which is good. I see a lot of guys who are going to be qualifying later in the crowd as well. See Vaughn Gittin and Lauren Healy out there. They're probably spying to see who's going where. But right there off the line is our first car.
That is Mr. John Hall, the number 71.
John Hall's from Georgetown, California. It's a Hall-built chassis, LS1 powered, turbo 400, method race wheels, King shocks. We're watching him head out in the desert, getting ready for this qualifying course. As we said before, it's 1.3 miles long. Right now, we are sitting with Paul Wolf with a fast time of 2:06. Followed by Hunter Miller with a 2:09 and a Kyle Cheney with a 2:10. A lot of speculation about those UTVs clicking off these fast times in this 4,400 race, but I really think that this particular course, this qualifying course, definitely favors a UTV as it gets burned in.
Definitely, and right now, our top 3 qualifiers right now are Can-Ams. So we have Paul Wolf in that number 1 spot who has been holding it all day long. Hunter Miller, number 2, and Kyle Cheney in that 3rd spot.
Yeah, the question is, will somebody knock them off pace by the time we get through qualifying today? I think we will. I think we're going to see a 2:03, 2:04 from somebody coming out of Power Hour because, as we've said many times this week, pole position on this race I think is incredibly important because we're into the rocks so fast on race day coming up on Saturday.
Definitely, for them to pull off the top 3 right now, that's something to say for a Can-Am, but definitely race day will be definitely different.
Oh, we got some action on course on that turn, headed out into the desert. Looks like he just blew the turn, maybe clipped a wheel, and he is on his side. That is a shame for John Hall. You can see the recovery crew is running out there to right that vehicle, get him back on all fours.
All right, we have a special guest up here in the booth. He is our youngest racer out here at King of the Hammers this year. Ruslan, how's it going for you?
Definitely not terrible. It's pretty windy out here, so we're just trying to have a good race day tomorrow, and hopefully it's not as windy as this.
So you've already raced the desert race. Now you're going into the rock race.
Going into the rock race, correct.
So I was not paying attention to your qualifying course. Where did you qualify?
I didn't end up qualifying at all. We ended up bending all the radius rods on the car and just didn't want to pull that safety card out there. Definitely. So we wanted just to keep ourselves safe, just so we didn't go qualifying, just so we can have a good race.
Well, you've definitely been in lots of different cars. I see your stunts that you do. You're quite the little stunt man.
Yeah.
But you're super excited. I'm super excited to see you out here racing as well. And I know that you're being the youngest racer doing the race for King of the Hammers. It's going to be super exciting to watch you. Are you so stoked?
I'm super stoked, but on the other half, I'm actually pretty nervous because I know the desert race isn't as near as hard as this is going to be. So that was definitely the easy part of this weekend, and then next weekend, tomorrow is definitely going to be the hard part.
Well, awesome. I'll be out at Remote Pit 1, so hopefully I don't see you have to stop there. But thank you for stopping by, and we're going to get back to our 4400 qualifying.
Awesome. Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Ruslan, the youngest racer out here this weekend. It's super exciting to see the young ones coming in here, talking with us, getting their names out there just a little bit more, and seeing them race this amazing rough race.
Yeah, he'll be participating in the UTV race, which we'll see tomorrow. A big day of racing all day. Lots of races for the rest of the week. Tomorrow we will have the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship presented by Progressive Insurance. Following that, on Friday, it is the four-wheel parts Every Man Challenge. And then on Saturday, it's time for the big race. It's the Nitto Race of Kings, powered by Optima Battery. All of this racing taking place here in Johnson Valley, California, for the Progressive King of the Hammers, powered by Optima Batteries Race Week. Now, as we get this car cleared off the course, it's good to remember, if you want to follow along with our timing at home, where do they got to go, Pam?
They have to go to live.ultra4racing.com/live/scoring. You can look exactly what we're watching, where it will show you their time as soon as they cross our timing loop, and it's up to date and live.
Yeah, you'll get the same feed that we get here in the booth. And it looks like we got Hall's car back on all four wheels. Both driver and co-driver are out, getting back in. And then they'll work at getting him back into Hammertown.
And up next, we should have the 59 of Eric Wicks. I haven't seen the line, but he should be the next up off the line.
Wicks in a Bomber chassis, LS3, 4L80E, Atlas, King shocks, Spider Tracks axles.
Such a clean car. We'll see how clean it is at the end of the race.
The Bomber, I've always said it over and over and over again, Bomber chassis are one of my favorite cars out here. They're like a Swiss Army knife in my opinion. It's got everything you need and nothing else.
And Mr. Bomber himself qualifying on the #1 spot yesterday for the 4-wheel parts Everyman Challenge.
Yeah, that 4800 Legends car, he put it on the box. I know he was super excited. You can see the emotion, especially since he broke the axle in half 2 days before that, having to weld it back together and then come out here and race. Obviously, Randy is last year's king, yes. So he is our current reigning king of the Hammers, or I guess now we're calling him, he's the king of the kings.
Race of Kings.
Yes, he's the king of kings right now. We'll see what Randy can do later. He'll be throwing it down in Power Hour. But right now...
Off the line is Eric Wicks, the number 59 of Eric Wicks. Where's Mr. Wicks from?
He is from Truck E, California. He used to go rock crawling, basically, cone dodging rock crawling, what came around before King of the Hammers. His first Ultra 4 race was an Everyman Challenge race in 2018. Not a professional racer. This race is just a hobby racer. Works hard to come out here and compete like most of the people out here on the lake bed, and just loves everything about this sport. And you can see he's making quick time of that desert section. And we've been looking at some split times all week. A good time to come around this first turn at short bus is anything under 45 seconds, which he's done.
So he's already putting down a good time. You can see right here, there's areas where he just went through that I've been hearing people saying, if you don't watch it or you don't go a little bit wide, you're going to definitely get that rear right tire and have a flat, which we have seen quite a few of them do.
We've seen quite a few flats. I think the biggest issue through those sections are there's incredibly sharp rocks up there, and they're just kind of grabbing the sidewalls. This is an optional line area. It looks like he's going to take that left line. That's a loose, sandy climb, but there is a little bit of a rut being dug out. But he's making quick work of that.
I was actually walking the line through Tech this morning, and I was talking to some of the racers that went out this morning and did a pre-run for the qualifying course, and they were saying that the majority of the people were taking that left line this morning because the rock face sections have changed so much just since yesterday.
Well, it's risk and reward, really. The question is the rock section worth the risk? It is maybe 1-2 seconds faster if you hit it perfectly. And we've seen a lot of people go up there, not hit it perfectly, have to back up, or worse, brake on that section. Right now, he looks like he's on pace to come in at about a 2:10, 2:15 if he makes it through the Bronco Arch and heads back into Hammertown.
And on this section right here today, it seems like the majority of people have been taking that left line, because they do have the 3 lines through the Bronco Arch.
And you can see him sliding through the infamous turn 19, the first turn back into Hammertown, and then he makes the big wide sweeper, and we will get a time for him when he crosses the line.
And off the line just now is the 44.75 of Edwin Abb.
Yeah, Edwin, another builder driver. I spent some time with him at a Yukon gear and axle training session.
So Mr. Eric Wicks, he put down a time of 2:17, which put him in the 8th position.
That's very good, very good. He'll be happy with that. Edwin Abb's driving a Fishmouth Fab 2-seat solid axle. LS3, a built Turbo 400. We've been talking about that lately. Seems to be the majority of the transmissions out there are either Turbo 400s or 4L80s. He raced in the Stampede back in 2016. His wife and his 4 kids come out to the races. His son is about to start racing Razor 170s.
Ooh, those are fun. That is such a great starter class for the kids.
And then he'll be pushing Dad out of that 4400 car. And then Edwin could transition to crew chief.
There we go. Now he's taking that left line as well. You can see that it's definitely getting rutted out more and more each time.
It is, and it's also a very loose, sandy climb. The rock face has a little bit more traction on it because there's no dirt on it, but as we've said before, you have to hit that and one-shot it if you plan to make up any time. Worst thing that you could do, as we saw one of the Gomez's do earlier, is brake on that climb, because then you're backing all the way out and limping your car back to town.
That was so unfortunate, too. That was Darian Gomez this morning that happened to, and that was his brand new car that they just built, I believe.
All right, we're watching Edwin come through that desert section, headed up through the Bronco Arch.
He's a little bit off pace from whatever other people have been doing. Like right here, if they're in the 150, 145 marker, that's when they're coming in the lower 2-minute range.
Yeah, we're definitely not looking at a top 10 finish right here. We'll probably be top 25-ish will be where he sits, but we still have a lot of cars out there yet to qualify as we watch Eric Miramon leave the line here in Johnson Valley and head out on his qualifying lap for the Nitto Race of Kings, powered by Optima Batteries.
You can see the wind blades out there just definitely blowing. We do have a nice heavy breeze today.
Edwin coming in, is currently sitting at 28th position. That's a good time.
We have 102 qualifying today, so that's definitely a good time.
102 cars going out. These are all 4,400 cars. We have a few in what's called the last chance qualifier. Those are guys trying to make their way into the race. I haven't heard the official call as to how many LCQ cars are going to be let in, but that's a decision that gets made as we get closer to race time.
We had one actually qualify a little bit earlier. He was on the list to be in the 3 o'clock hour, Chris Hicks. He qualified earlier on today, and he is in that LCQ as well.
As we watch the 42.15 of Eric Miramon, he went up that rock climb. You can see it's a little bit quicker. He came at the top at a 118 mark, which is about 10 seconds faster than we saw Edmund on that particular part of the course. So we're probably looking at a 2...
Oh, no.
I take that back. No, save it. You got it. Oh, what a shame.
Such a bummer.
I shouldn't have said anything. I jinxed him as he came off that lip. We've been saying all day, though, if you're trying to make up time, that downhill section is a spot to make it up. But it can be risky, and that is one of the examples of one of those risks.
He almost saved it. It just was that last little bounce that knocked him over onto his right side.
It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell when you're watching at home just how steep that is. But let's take another look at this rollover out there on course. You'll see he comes down off this rock face, just a little bit out of sorts. The back end was a little bit over to the left. He almost had it, and just ended up on the passenger side.
Such a bummer. That's when you go back and you start thinking in your head, what did I do wrong? What should I have not done on that moment right there? Maybe lifting just a little bit, because it looked like he kind of nose dove and it bounced him the wrong way.
I think he planned that perfectly and put it on the passenger side instead of his side. That's the right decision in that move right there. Top bunk's always better than bottom bunk when you're in those cars on their side.
That is true. Our safety crew was right there, getting him put back over on the rubber side down.
Yeah, one thing to remember, everyone out there on course, all of these people are volunteers here at King of the Hammers. Great way to see the race if you are just thinking about, hey, maybe I would like to come out and see a King of the Hammers race. I don't know anything about it. Maybe I don't have any friends that are into this off-road thing. Well, go ahead and just sign up as a volunteer. You can go to ultra4racing.com, follow the links on there. You can volunteer for the race, come out, work a checkpoint, pick up garbage, do whatever you can, and you'll get some of the best seats in the house for this race.
All right, it sounds like we have Jim down in the pits going to give us some little updated information. Who do you have down there, Jim?
Hi, thank you very much, Pam. Well, I'm down in the pits while Eric's being recovered out there on course. I'm joined by somebody who knows this race very well, who used to race with us and has come back to racing with us. Bill, how are you?
I'm good. I'm happy to be here.
Fantastic. Now, you've got a lot of history, but so has this car. Tell us a little bit about it.
Oh, we built this car about 10 years ago, and it got a couple of chances, but it always had some gremlins, so then it sat for a long time. So got it back from JT back, I don't know, a year and a half ago, and been getting it ready all for this race.
Fantastic. Well, we're really pleased to see you here. What are you hoping for qualifying today? Mid-table?
Oh, middle of the pack, I'll be happy.
Fantastic. Well, good luck, Bill. It's great to see you here, and best of luck out there on course today. Pam, Ian, it's back to you.
Thank you very much, Jim. Always good to have Jim down in the pits, getting basically the view right from the driver. One thing we should talk about here is as we get this car back on its wheels, this does not mean that he is out of the race. He's still in the main race. He'll just be shuffled to the back of the pack and start behind a lot of people. It's not where exactly you want to be for the main race, but at least you're starting.
That is true, but it doesn't always mean that you're not going to do well if you're starting in the back of the pack. I believe it was Marcos Gomez last year who ended up starting towards the rear and ended up on the podium finish last year.
We've seen that a few times here at King of the Hammers. Shannon Campbell also did it one time, starting from dead last, I believe, and it came in, basically clicked off the entire pack. You can see a course worker there, just keeping an idea. Take a quick look at the cars, make sure it's steering and turning and moving okay.
It's always good when you're going, after a tumble like that, is going back to your pits under your own power and not being towed back.
Yeah, a little bit less work. They'll definitely want to go through that car before it leaves the line on race day. But Eric is, we believe, under his own power.
Maybe I spoke too soon. There we go.
As the course workers get the course all put back together. Oh, it looks like you may have spoken too soon, Pam. We may be pulling them back in.
Maybe you and I need to stop doing that kind of stuff.
No, it makes for a more exciting live show. I believe they were just looking at something in the front end. Maybe a broken drive shaft or something, and he just doesn't want to cause any more damage. So maybe he's making the decision to just tow it back in.
That looks like it's Patrick Peterson, who is just now taking off the line here.
Patrick Peterson is out of Wisconsin, where cheese is cheese, Pam. Love that Wisconsin cheese.
It's definitely different there. Very good. That's what I like about our race in Crandon, is I get to get cheese curds.
Brian Maloney, chassis, he's running an old school package. LKQ 4L80 into an NP205 transfer case. Very tried and true old school type drivetrain.
Took that a little hot right there. He's about right at that time you were talking about earlier at the top of short bus.
Yeah, that 45 seconds at the top of short bucks, it's a good time to have. The other split time is at the top of the rock ledge. If you want to be in our leader pack, you got to come at the top of that at 106 to 104. And then the little jump in the desert, you got to clear that under 1 minute and 30 seconds if you plan to be leading this race on Saturday. Oh, we missed it, but he's upside down.
Did not quite see what did that, but more than likely jumping down right there, hitting one of those rocks probably kicked him right over.
That one is not my fault. I was saying nothing but good things about it. I don't even think I was talking about him. All right, we're going to take another look at it right here. We got it on replay. Oh, he just got a little bit off course, and then, bad luck. Absolute bad luck.
You saw, look at...
Yeah, it looks like he possibly broke a tie rod on that front. Just a little, that just shows you get a little bit offline out there, trying to collect yourself, get yourself back into place, and he just hit the big rock.
And that was definitely not a small rock. That was a gigantic boulder.
You can hit the little rocks sometimes. Those big rocks don't tend to give up as well.
So unfortunate, 2 for 2 on the last two on their lid.
It looks like they're taking a quick look over the chassis. It did look like there may have been a damaged tie rod. It's hard to tell. But in the meantime, let's take a quick break and let's see what Jim's got going on down in the pits.
Okay, here I am back down in the pits, and while we're having some drama out on track, I'm using it to catch up with some friends. And sitting next to me, here's only the one and only Chip McLaughlin. Chip, how you doing?
I'm excited to be out here with this wind we can actually see today, but it's cold and there's a lot of cars flipping over, and I just want to make it across the finish line without flipping like a lot of the other people are doing right now.
Absolutely, but it's near perfect race conditions. We've got nice bright sunshine, so there's no shadow, and we've got lots of wind to remove that dust. You've got to be happy with that.
Oh yeah, I mean, when there's no dust out here, you can't see. The other day coming back from pre-running, we came right up on Hammertown and didn't even know we were here. That's how bad it was. It was still, so I'll take this any day. It's not raining, snowing, you know, and we can deal with the wind. We're good at hunkering down.
Fantastic. Now, we know this car really well. You've been getting on really well with it and putting in some good results. Have you made any changes, or is it basically the same car?
Now we got a new motor from last year because we blew it and changed up the suspension a little bit. The guys at Rufus Racing have been doing amazing getting this car going, and I feel good about it, and we'll see what it does.
Fantastic. Well, good luck. We'll let you get your window nets and everything back down again. Good luck on that course today and put in a good time.
Thank you, sir. Good luck to everybody else, too.
Well, there we go. It's Chip McLaughlin. We're back up to you, Pam and Ian.
Thanks a lot, Miles. While we were listening to Miles, we just saw Kevin Williams take off the line in his, sorry, Jim. That was Jim down there, not Miles. My fault. Miles has been practicing his British accent, I guess. So we got Kevin Williams up on course right now. Oh, that's very good time coming around there right at 40 seconds. Kevin and his wife Brittany, if you remember from last year, was their very first time racing 4400. They did a very good job of documenting the process of buying that bomber car, getting it race prepped, coming out to King of the Hammers and taking on the toughest one-day race on the planet. And they're back this year to see if they can end up with a better finish than last year.
Is this the third husband-wife team now on the 4400 class?
It could be. I'm not 100% sure, but you can see Kevin's taking that left-hand side around the rock face.
I'm not sure if I would do the more conservative side or that rock face, because it just depends on where you're at on the course at the time when you hit those certain marks. If you know this is where I need to be, you know, the Can-Ams or the Kyle Cheneys or the Paul Wolfs.
Yeah, I talked to Kevin earlier this week. I don't think they're out to win this race. They know that they're just out here for their second year. They have a personal best to try to beat their finish last year. I can't remember what it was, but I believe it was top 20 they came in last year. So I do think they want to do better than that, but they know that they have a big hill to climb if they want to try to win the race. But Kevin's just on his way through the desert over towards the Bronco Arch.
And it looks like Bill Coons in the 4404 is off the line.
If you're interested in following along on that journey I was talking about with Kevin and his wife, basically documenting that prep for King of the Hammers, they have a YouTube channel called Light Bright Nation. And as I said before, they did a very good job. Very good document, basically covering the entire process. As we're waiting for Kevin to get back into Hammertown. We're watching Bill Coons work his way through.
Those rocks right there that they are going through, it looks like they've, I mean, I know they're boulders, but they're barely fitting through that rock they just went through.
It is a very tight squeeze up in that one section, and we saw what happens when you get offline on that. Clip that big rock, and the next thing you know, you're on your lid. What kind of time do we have for Kevin over there, Pam?
Let me see here.
Someone's
Kevin
yelling
Williams,
at me. 2:31, 23rd.
Thank you.
It's a respectable time. It won't be 23rd by the end of the day, but it might be top 40. All right,
Bill
watching
Coons is
Bill
running.
make quick work of that downhill section
He has a pretty good time going himself.
as he comes through this section in the desert. That jump right there, he's about 20 seconds off our leader.
And off the
To watch
line.
Mark Welch go out. This is another one of the Polaris UTVs. I believe that's one of the open UTVs. Highly modified tube chassis. We're waiting for Bill Coons to get back into Hammertown. Bill Coons, 235, sitting in 25th position, sorry. Oh, and it looks like he's headed over to the rock wall. Mark Welch headed over to the rock wall.
I like his paint scheme. All white with the black checkered flag on the top. And he definitely made it, that rock face look easy. He made it right up. Keep
Yeah,
that
he came
momentum.
out there at about a 120. He's off pace to unseat our other UTVs that have come through that section. He's off by about 15 seconds.
So tonight we also want to remind everybody that we do have a couple bands playing. We have Sublime, they're going on around 9:30 tonight. And then we also have Spray Allen, they're playing right before Sublime. So don't forget about the entertainment we have over on the monster stage. And off the line is the number 4 of Chip McLaughlin out of Texas with Chip Happens and Rufus Racing.
And that's the driver that you wanted to see, Pam?
Yes.
We'll
Chip
see what
and
kind of time
Zandy.
Chip can lay down.
Chip and Zandy are 2 favorites. Well, they're all my favorites, but good entertainers.
As we wait for Mark Welch to come back into Hammertown, we're watching Chip McLaughlin come up and come around that little turn at the bottom of Short Bus. You can see it's getting pretty dusty out there.
So Mark Welch currently in that 22nd spot with a 228.
As Chip makes his way down to the bottom, this little turn, this is where they have to make a decision, where they climb the rocks. There's a center line that's a little bit dusty with some rocks, or there's the far left line. It looks like he's taking that far left line.
He doesn't have a bad time right now, though. He's doing pretty good. Got a little hops there. Like you were saying earlier, it's getting really rutted out.
He's about 10 seconds, 10 to 12 seconds off our current leader right now. It'll be definitely hard to unseat our current leaders with this run. You have to come through the top of that rock section right around the 1 minute to 1:06 mark if you want to be on the pole right now.
Okay, off the line is the 4401 of Kirk Jensen. As Chip McLaughlin should be going through the Bronco Arch here shortly.
Kirk's out of Salt Lake City, Utah, driving a Jimmy's 4x4 2-seat IFS chassis. LS7, Turbo 400, Atlas. First time he ever raced Ultra 4 was the Nationals in 2021. This is Andrew McLaughlin's old car.
And as Chip would say, he is MC McLaughlin. Chip is MAC McLaughlin. He makes a really big deal about that one. Make sure we get it right. So Chip just came through currently 20th with a 2:27.
Good time for Chip as we're watching Mark make his way through the top, or sorry, watching Kirk make his way through the top of that section.
It is definitely, look at how rutted out it's getting right there in that corner.
It's very rutted out, and even more so when you think about those IFS cars have a huge huge ground clearance in the center of the car, and yet they're pushing the dirt around with that belly pan.
It's a good thing they have the tires for the clearance.
But it's good. You watch Kirk come through the top. All right, Kirk's come down through the rocks. He's back down into the desert section. He'll make this right-hand turn.
I like this qualifying course. It's definitely a little bit of a challenge for everybody for sure.
It's a good mix. It's a good representation of what they're going to see on race day. This is David Oliver off the line, number 10 car.
Kirk Jensen will be coming in shortly. We'll get his time.
David Oliver is out of Reno, Nevada. Jimmy's 4x4 Dragon chassis, IFS 2-seater, LS7 4L80E, Hero transfer case, Spider Trax axles.
He's definitely hauling the mill right there in that desert section. That's the Go Racing symbol they have on the side there. So Kirk Jensen went along across the finish line at a 2:51. He's currently sitting 35th position.
As we watch David Oliver come to the bottom of this section, you got, as we said before many times, 3 choices. Looks like he's taking that left-hand line.
So for everyone at home, we do have Paul.
Oh, a bad bounce on that left-hand side. It looks like he's right up on that belly pan. This is terrible position to be in. He might not even be able to get off that.
No, he's definitely high-centered on that one for sure.
He's trying his best, but he couldn't have tried to belly that car any better. He is right underneath the skid plate at the front for the front A-arms, and he's sitting right on that right-hand side rock slider. He basically have unloaded all 4 tires on the suspension, and that car is not going anywhere. And that's a shame because he was putting down a blistering time. There it is.
Wow.
Look at that. Oh, that's just such. Oh, and look at that rock he kicked up out of the way.
At the last minute, last second, he just accidentally went to that right and realized, whoa, I'm in the wrong spot.
I think he just took a bad bounce on that ledge. We've been talking about how dug out that section is. Watch him going through. Just, you know what it was?
Rear.
The right rear caught that rock and just pulled him into those rocks.
And that boulder that he threw up. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, he was still in it. He figured he could try and drive over it, but that is the downfall to those IFS cars. When you get that front belly up in the air, they're not going anywhere. I hear someone in the crowd yelling, turn the wheel, turn the wheel. If it was a solid axle car, he might have been able to pull that off. But while we get this car recovered, let's check out what's going on in the pits.
Okay, I'm down here in the pits, and we've got loads of legends of off-roads motorsport down here, but we've also got this man here, Kevin Yoder. That came out wrong, didn't it? He is a legend. Right, let's have a quick chat. Kevin, how you doing?
We're doing pretty good. Just want to get going, so.
That's fantastic. Now, how many years have you been coming out here?
We didn't do the original OG, but we've raced every year since, so haven't missed a start.
That's absolutely fantastic. Now, this is an almost perfect day to go racing. We've got nice sunshine. We've got a good breeze out there. What's your battle plan?
Well, we're just going to go have fun. I mean, you're right. It's a beautiful day. High horsepower engines, nice breeze to carry dust away. We're just going to go send it.
Fantastic. Now, how many ponies is this engine putting down?
This one's only about 650 or something, so I know a lot of the guys have us on motor, but we'll just send it.
That's what we like to hear. So there you go. What we're going to do out there is just send it. So back to you, Pam. Back to you, Ian.
Thanks, Jim.
Thanks, Jim. That's great to see. You know, we had that conversation yesterday about what was the oldest car out here at King of the Hammers, and I'd completely forgotten that Yoder was out here still racing, and I think that might be the car, to be honest with you.
I think I heard his name come up in conversation when we were talking about this before Hammertown even opened. Got some people out here in the crowd cheering for all of us up here.
All right, well, while we get these vehicles recovered, we're going to take a quick break from the action here in Johnson Valley while we go through the qualifying for the Nitto Race of Kings, powered by OPTIMA Batteries. Once again, remember, if you subscribe to that premium feed, you won't miss any of the action. If you haven't done it already, you're definitely going to want to do it for race day.
Of off-road racing dominance, proprietary patented race technology, proudly made in the USA, unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions, King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
Let your queries be known.
Yeah, hi. Instead of letting passengers wrap their arms around us, can we put little handles on our jackets?
Deny.
Can you imagine?
I want a new nickname. Can you guys start calling me Snake?
No, Brian. Denied.
How about we all get quotes to see if we can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer?
Approved.
Cool. Hey, if Brian's not going to be Snake, can I be Snake?
No.
There once was a colt who was raised by goats. He struggled at first on the snow, the rocks, and the rivers. Then he became strong, capable of handling any terrain. And the colt became a bronco. With 7 available goat modes that adapt the vehicle to go over any type of terrain, this is the all-new Bronco Sport. It's time for electric to turn into lightning. An electric truck that can haul on both ends, that can help build your house, and if need be, power that house. That feels like a bullet train and works like a freight train. The fully electric F-150 Lightning.
Okay, and welcome back to Johnson Valley, California. We are here for the 2022 Progressive King of the Hammers 4400 qualifying. We've already had an amazing day of qualifying. We've seen some hard hitters out there on the course, but let's not forget later this afternoon we have Power Hour at 4 p.m. and I cannot wait for that. Well, we've still got this incredible queue of vehicles down here rated to qualify, and up in the booth we've got my very good friends Pam and Ian. Pam, Ian, what have you got for us?
Thanks, Jim. Always good to hear from the pits. Right now, off the line, we had Frank Vanderhyde. For those of you who hadn't subscribed to the premium feed, you missed his leaving off the line. But now that we're back from commercial, we'll get to see him tackle this qualifying course for the Nitto Race of Kings, powered by OPTIMA Batteries, as part of the 2022 Progressive King of the Hammers week of racing.
Yeah, that premium feed is awesome to see, not have to watch the commercials. There's a picture-in-picture. When I go back to my motorhome to eat my lunch or whatever, I keep it on so I can still watch what's going on. Don't want to miss any of the action.
You definitely don't want to miss the action. You know, even if the qualifying's fun to watch, and it's definitely good if you have a favorite driver and you want to keep up with them. But the reality is, when it comes to race day, if this race is anything like last year's race, and I don't mean just the big race on Saturday, I'm talking about the 4-Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge, the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, or the Nitto Race of Kings, all of these races are going to be action-packed over the next 3 days. Full days of racing, starting early in the morning and finishing late at night.
And off the line, the 221.
Cody Miller off the line. We saw him last year race in the UTV class, then show up immediately racing into the 4400. He's doing the same this year. You know, as we watch these UTVs rip through this qualifying course, he is definitely quick. I don't have a ticker on him because Frank is not back into town to finish his lap, but this Can-Am UTV is flying through the desert. Makes quick work of the turn at the bottom of Short Bus. Coming across the top.
These Miller boys, they are definitely a team to reckon with for sure.
Down through this rocky section, he'll get down to the bottom, have to make a decision. I'm assuming he is going to take the left-hand line, but I am obviously wrong. I should stop assuming things as he heads straight to the rock section, and this is really fast. He's 103 right now coming up this rock section. We'll see where he comes out the top of it.
At a 110.
110. If he comes flying down this back section, we could be looking at a new fast qualifier, or at least another vehicle in the top
1, 2, or 3. So Frank Vanderhyde, he did go through with a 244, which put him in the 34th position.
So we're watching Cody Miller make the turn in the desert. If he goes over that jump at the 130 mark, he'll be right at the 2-minute qualifier. He did it at 131, run 131 to 132. So he'll be coming back into Hammertown. He'll definitely sit top 5, maybe even unseat our current pole sitter. It's going to be tight.
Yeah, he just went through that Bronco Arch at a 143. It's going to definitely be tight. And off the line just now, we saw the 218 of Dan Wyrick.
Dan's from Santa Rosa, California. 2018 UFO single-seat IFS chassis, powered by an LSX 334, a 4L80E, SCS transfer case in that one. Spider Trax axles.
Out in the crowd, I see Mr. Chip McLaughlin out here watching the qualifying.
Here, he's got someone listed on his sponsor list that we need to talk about.
Who is that?
Lagunitas Brewing.
Oh.
Is there beer in that car? Because if there is, we need him up on stage when he's done.
Oh, my goodness. Oh.
Oh, and it looks like Dan took that optional rock line that we kind of see a few people take. It's to the far left. This is where we saw Casey Curry roll his UTV the other day, but Dan made quick work of it.
Okay, so Cody Miller went through with a 212, so put him in the number 5 spot. So right now we have 4 Can-Ams in the top. Dan Wyrick is on screen right now. Tyson Shell, the 424, just took off the line as well. So Dan Wyrick, the time he's at right now, probably be about roughly in the top 15.
I think based on what we've seen so far, he's probably going to come in at a top 15. Tyson Shell is out of Placerville, California, if I say that right.
A lot of Northern California racers here in the 4400 class.
Trent Fab 2-seat IFS chassis, LSX 4L80. Spider Tracks, Nitto, part of Copart Racing. I've bought many vehicles from Copart.
Dan Wyrick.
It's a dangerous thing to drink some Lagunitas Brewing.
219.
Watch Copart.
Sorry about that. I've interrupted you. Dan
That's okay. I was
Dan
just talking about buying vehicles on Copart after drinking too many beer. But that's okay. I've done it a few times. It happens.
We should never shop while drinking beer.
They just show up at the shop. It's okay. I'll take care of it. So we're watching Tyson make his way down through that one rock section, through that little squeeze where we've seen some action earlier today.
So Dan Wyrick came through in the number 12 spot, so top 15.
Number 12, top 15. That's what we expected from that.
Good run.
Looks like Tyson is being a little bit more conservative at the bottom of this course.
Or setting himself up to take that left line.
I think the decision was made right then and there as to what to do. Come through that far side, up over the top. Definitely off pace from our leaders. About 30 to 40 seconds off pace.
Looks like he might have a right
Well,
front
looks like
going
he has
low.
a bruise on that right front tire. I don't think it's flat, but he may have burped a little bit of air out of it, and he's just not handling how he feels it to, because he's definitely pulled some speed out. There is a mark on it, but I don't think it's flat.
Definitely not like yesterday when we saw, which team was that they rolled, but they blew their tire out and you could just see it go.
All right, he's back out onto that section in the desert.
I believe the 308 of James Mahoney has taken off the line as Tyson's going through the Bronco arch.
James is in a Get Bent Fab 2-seat. It's a solid axle car. LQ9, which for those of you that don't know at home, that is the truck version of what we call an LS. It's basically an LS-based engine, but with an iron block, aluminum heads. Turbo 400, Hero transfer case, Spider Tracks axles. As we're watching Tyson make his way through that big sweeping Talladega turn, he'll come over the Yukon launch.
Time just about 30 seconds off, roughly. Took it a little bit easy on those other areas where the rocks were, took that left-hand turn, but he might have had, like you said, a bruise on that tire.
Yeah, it looked like when he got to the bottom of the rock section, there was a little bit of a pause in his driving, so we don't know if something happened to the car, or maybe he had just decided which particular trail he was going to take up that rock face. But it definitely pulled him off pace a little bit. But either way, he's lining up to start the 2022 Nitto Race of Kings, powered by Optima Batteries, this Saturday, when all these cars head out to the desert, not dessert. I'll take dessert right now.
Cheesecake.
Head out to the desert for the toughest one-day off-road race on the planet. Looks like that's Brian Hayes off the line. Trent Fab chassis. LS3 power. 400 Atlas. We talk a lot about all the different powertrain options that are out there for these cars. That's one of the coolest things about the 4400 class. We showed you earlier with our Method Race Wheels Ultra Force class breakdown that this is an unlimited class. There is absolutely no rules for these guys aside from obvious safety rules and some transfer case 4-wheel drive, 2-wheel drive rules. But aside from that, if you can dream it, you can build it. We see all kinds of different drivetrains out there.
You can see Brian Hayes going through those rocks right there, just kicking them around. Sometimes they kick them right into the middle course. The next person comes right through and hits them, and sometimes they end up hitting him and leaving him there.
Yeah, we've seen lots of action in this particular section of the course. You can see it's getting a little bit rutted out. Right here is where we saw a rollover earlier. That's getting it to be a real tight squeeze in there as those ruts get burned in throughout the day.
Looks like he's taking that safer route, going left.
Well, we say it's safer, but then we just saw someone have to get recovered on it. I don't think there is a safe route when we talk about King of the Hammer style racing. It's all nasty. It's just levels of nasty.
Very true. So that's Brian Hayes. I have a few more people in this hour. We're so close to Power Hour.
Yeah, it looks like we have about 5 more cars in this block of cars. Then we'll have another section, and then we'll be headed off into Power Hour. And there he is, Kevin Yoder. We were just talking about him. That might possibly be the oldest 4400 car out here racing.
Well, it looks
Kevin has
really
certainly
good.
been racing with us for a long time.
If that's the oldest car out here, it definitely does not look like it would be the oldest. We have Brian Hayes going through the Bronco Arch.
Well, I'm sure it has been well serviced over the years by Kevin.
Turn 19's been good today.
No one's gotten. We had a little bit of action earlier, but nothing like yesterday.
Hopefully we didn't jinx ourselves.
Don't say that. We'll see Kevin on his lid in no time. We'll feel bad about it.
This drone footage is amazing. The FPV drones, I love watching their footage that they get for us.
So we're watching Kevin come down through this section. He'll make the turn here. And as we said before, it's either far right to the rocks, left to the dirt, or there is a middle line as well.
A lot of them are taking the longer way around, going left. Has not been very many of them taking that rock face today.
I talked to a bunch of drivers that I know, and they were just sort of speculating about which way to go, and there was a consistent feeling that they didn't really see a benefit to taking the rock line time-wise, just because of the fact that there's no time to stop that car, shift it into 4 low, take advantage of that gearing, and get up that rock ledge. You're going to just be hitting it in high, hoping you get a good bounce and get up there, and if you don't get a good bounce, it's all over.
That is Cole Johnson, the 4482 that just took off the line. Kevin Yoder's about, I don't know what, 8 seconds off pace right there from the leaders.
Yeah, he's done well, but he's probably going to come through at a 235, 240. As long as he gets through turn 19 clean, which he has, stayed nice and low, stayed off the berm. Coming through that big Talladega turn, up over the Yukon launch, and that will click off Kevin's time.
About a 228.
228. I was off by a little bit. Yeah, he made up a little bit of time in the short course. Good for him.
Cole Johnson making his way down. Look how rutted out that is. Just in the past 10 cars that have gone off, it's just getting deeper and deeper.
It is, and it looks like he's headed to the rocks for his climb up here. As we said before, it's a risky move for that reason right there. You can take a bad bounce, get spit around, but he's going to come out. He probably actually picked up a little bit of time right there.
He definitely did, I think, because he made that look like it was easy compared to some of the other drivers earlier in the day.
It's coming down this steep rock section right here.
Has anybody
and he's
actually
definitely on the gas, and then he'll come out through this turn and then across the jump.
Has anybody actually launched off those rocks yet?
Yes, we've seen a few launch off. We've seen a couple launch off and make a mistake and end up upside down. We saw a couple launch and go and blow the corner. The problem with launching off that bottom ledge is it gives you a little bit of speed, but it's speed almost where you don't want it, because then you immediately have to throw the anchor out to make that right turn back into the desert.
All right, the 4487 of Matt Neiman took off the line here. As Cole Johnson is coming in, that turn 19 right now. Yeah, he kind of did a slight bicycle, but not too bad.
Not too bad, nope. We talked about that. It looks like his left front tire might be a little soft based on how it's digging in there. Looks like he's shedding a little bit of speed because of it. Yeah, it appears to be flat. That is one thing that we talked about. I was talking about with Jim earlier. You know, the IFS cars, when you see them come into those turns and they try to turn on the flat, a lot of them will lift that inside tire as they do it. And that's just part of how the suspension is designed. The one vehicle that you very rarely see do that is the IFS cars from Jimmy's 4x4, the Red Dragons, when they corner, they never lifted like that. He was able to get that suspension figured out on that chassis. But now that's all changed with the tech.
We just went dead.
You don't get to hear me anymore out here on the stage for some reason, but if you're watching at home, I'm going to assume you can still hear me.
So the 4487 right there took the left line around.
Yep, coming down that big steepy rock set. There's someone who launched it right. You wanted to see someone do it, Pam, and there you go.
There we go. Matt Neiman must have heard me.
He did.
804 of Matt Torney is off the line.
Matt's out of Fort Collins, Colorado. Tribe 16 solid axle chassis, LS3 turbo 400. Atlas transfer case, spider tracks. Oh, and it looks like turn 19 almost got him, but he was able to save it in the end. Good job. That's where we've seen everyone sort of catch a bad break when they slide in that turn. They try to use that berm and that top tire will slide off, and the next thing you know, they're on their lid in the infield, but he was able to basically sling it back onto the track and keep going. Good job.
Matt Neiman just came through in the 27th position. So our top 5 right now, for you that are just listening, we have Paul Wolf in that number 1 spot, Hunter Miller number 2, Kyle Cheney in that 3rd position, Ron Prindle in 4th, and Cody Miller sitting in that 5th position right now. We still haven't got into our power hour, so that can still change.
Yeah, the question will be, do we get into the sub 2 minute mark with the power hour? I still think, I don't know if 2 minutes is possible based on what we've seen out here on this qualifying course. I think as Jim and I speculated earlier today, I think we're going to see a 2:0, 2:03, 2:04, somewhere in there. But I've been, hear me now, power hour drivers, prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Looking at you, Lauren Healy, wherever you are.
He was out here in the crowd, probably getting prepared.
He's hiding in one of those Broncos over there.
I'll go hide in one and drive it off.
Staying out of the wind.
All right, Christopher Branton, the 4046, is getting ready to take off the line as Matt Torney is still on course.
Chris is out of the great state of Louisiana. Jimmy's 2-seat IFS chassis, LSX 427, turbo 400, Hero case, Spider Tracks axles, Method race wheels, powered by Crawfish.
And he is our
beignets.
Our last car of our 2 o'clock hour. That went by fast.
It did go by fast. Lots of cars, lots of action. Have you ever had a beignet, Pam? They're quite good.
Have I had what?
Beignet?
No. Oh, yes, I have.
Oh, they're so good. I wonder if he's got any in his trailer.
Nutella. Have you had them with Nutella?
I'm not a big fan of chocolate nut butter myself, so I'm
not either, but with
not a Nutella guy. All right, but as we are watching,
Matt Torney just came across the line. Let's see what he's going to be at. He's in the 41st position. Matt Torney at a 246. Oh no, and we have
no. That's just those tires chewing up the dirt. It looked like he rolled, but he's running those USD stickies, which is a very common tire in that southern Louisiana area. You know, you got to get through the swamps, get the gators, that kind of stuff, but they will throw a lot of dirt out there.
I thought of that song just now whenever I saw that, Kick the Dust Up. That's what I saw.
I don't know that song. Sing it for us, Pam. Sing it for us.
Oh, I'm not a singer. Definitely not a singer.
All right, we're watching Christopher come down. He's picking up a lot of speed through that section, which is awesome to see. Look at him fly into the desert. Good job.
Wow.
Ooh.
See, look at that.
Yeah, those tires will definitely throw a good roost of dirt. Good for him as he's coming back into town. He's got a very good qualifying time. He could very well be top 10 if he keeps up this pace.
Oh, he took that a little hot.
But it is a blistering speed that he is moving at.
Still about 5 seconds slower than the leaders were right there through the Bronco Arc.
He is. I don't think he's going to put our leaders in trouble.
Oh, keep it
Let's
up.
hope he gets through this turn 19. You can see those tires just throwing a roost off of there. He's going to come through the big Talladega turn. I think we're going to be looking at, I'm going to go out and say top 12 by the time he comes over that Yukon launch.
I think it's going to be like, what, a 217. Let's see what it is. Nope, because we're at 13 right now. Oh, pretty close. Oh.
Here we go. We'll see.
217.
Wow, ninth. I was off by a
position.
few. I said 12. That is very impressive. I will say this. That tire is incredibly heavy, so to be able to pull off that kind of number out there, that is impressive. Very good job for him. And I think that might wrap up our 2 o'clock hour, right, Pam?
That does wrap up our 2 o'clock hour. I'm going to head down and start doing some pit reporting. And I think we'll see you tomorrow. But right now, Jim is down there.
Jim's down in the pits right now. Pam, as always, it was great talking to you. Don't forget, stay tuned for more qualifying at 3 o'clock. And then, of course, we'll be back here again for Power Hour.
Okay, thank you very much, Ian. Thank you very much, Pam. We're now back down here in the pits, and it's absolute chaos as we get ready for the next hour of racing. Just check this rig out. This is a car that we've seen on social media so many times. This is the Unicorn, and at the wheel over there is Jordan Pellegrino, and over here, if he comes in, I've got his dad Tony. Now, how are we doing, sir?
Doing great. Can't wait to see this thing run.
Mate, we've all been watching the videos online. There's been so much love, so much fabrication that's gone into this vehicle. It really is truly astonishing. You must be truly excited to see what it can do.
Yeah, we've taken it for test drives. I even drove it. It's amazing. So I'm looking forward to it.
Firmly fingers crossed for you, and let's see what we can do. Right, we've got a change up in the booth. We've got my good friends Ben and Scott up there, and they're going to be taking us through the next hour here at the 2020 King of the Hammers, presented by Progressive, and we are here for the qualifying in the 4400 Unlimited class. So Ben, Scott, it's all yours.
Thanks, Jim. Welcome back. We're at hour 4 of our qualifying today. We're ready for a really good hour, and I'm Ben Napier. I'm going to be joined very shortly by my friend Scott Rain, and we'll take you through this next hour of qualifying. Remember, we've got Power Hour coming up at 4 o'clock. Aren't we excited for that? But the guys we've got coming up this hour, we've got a lot of great runners, and we've got the LCQ as well in the second half of this hour. So we're going to have a bunch of guys that have turned up. They don't have an entry to the main race, and they are running here to qualify position to start on Saturday. Everything is on the line with these guys, only the fast get in, so they're going to be throwing down some amazing times. Will some of these LCQ guys get right up on the top of our leaderboard and knock some of these Can-Ams off? Let's see if we can get some Ultra 4s up there. We've got Jade Wickham, number 823, lined up on the line. He'll be off in a couple of minutes. The crew are just working to clear the course and get everything ready, and he has started. Roaring out of the short course. This is a front-engined IFS car. I was having a look at it a bit earlier. Really clean-looking car. As he lays it down on the short course, I'm joined by my friend Scott Rain.
You know what? Depending upon where you're walking around Hammertown, the wind isn't too bad, and I think right here around the fire pit up on stage, it's not all that bad, but from my understanding, the catastrophic winds we're being predicted as having has been downgraded considerably as the day goes on. So something to look forward to, as well as the hot cars getting in line to come out here on course.
Absolutely, and we don't like saying the W word, and hopefully it's well and truly gone away, but I've been standing out on the start-finish most of the day, working the pits, working the interviews, and my fingers were absolutely frozen. As Jade Wickham comes around the first rock section, making it look nice and clean. Let's see which line he takes, going around the bypass side. A lot of drivers doing that today. A lot of them have judged that is the fastest way.
Yeah, I don't know if you said this, but they're out of Hagerman, Idaho. GT Design Works, KBM LS7, Maximum Off-Road.
And these are brothers in here, Jade and Kyle, and I think they actually share the driving a bit as well.
Yeah, they started racing Ultra 4 in 2014 at the Nationals in the 4800 class.
Yeah, I remember racing against these guys in Legends class, and they've moved up over the years. Starting off the line now, good friend of mine, 4456, Brett Harrell. He's in the Paul Horschel 2-seat IFS car, leaving the line through the short course as Jade heads for the Bronco Arch. Now, Brett, he's a friend of mine because he actually bought my old race car, my Penhall Ultra 4. Ran it, couple of King of the Hammers, got an 8th place position straight out of buying it. Moved up to a Paul Horschel car. You know, if anyone was going to have a cooler car than the Penhall, I think the Horschel car's right up there, and Brett's out there running that one hard. Jaden Kyle coming through Talladega turn. 224 so far. It's not going to put them right up the top, but still a nice solid run, Scott.
Yeah, you were mentioning Brett Harrell just a moment ago. He's out of Almsville, Oregon. He started off-road racing as a kid, racing Havoc-style races in 2016. They went to the Ultra 4 Nationals in 19, and basically, just like everybody else here, got bit by the bug.
Yeah, Jaden Kyle just qualified 33rd position. But Brett, he runs a rock bouncer competition, Havoc, up in Washington, so I'm sure he's got a lot of friends and fans up there. He has a really cool crew of guys that come down every year and run his pits for him. And his son Brent is racing in the Everyman Challenge in the Legends class. They've had a couple of problems with that car this week. They're trying to get it all finished. But Brett is out on the course today and dropping off the rocks. Look at just launching off there. Really confident, isn't he?
This is something I didn't know about. He actually bought this car
we might have
from Paul.
lost a drone there. These pilots are really pushing it for us. I can see Brett still moving. So that was a drone crash rather than an Ultra 4 crash. Andrew McLaughlin is off the line, 44.93. Andrew, another one of our long-time Ultra 4 competitors out of Arizona. Brett's moving through the short course now, still got a really good time there. As Andrew pushes up there. Now, remember a couple of years ago, we saw that great explosion of rock as Andrew dropped off one of our big drop-offs in the qualifying course and just obliterated a boulder into a million pieces.
Yeah, I remember
it was
that.
amazing to watch.
This is a Jimmy's 4x4 straight axle with a LS 406 stroker. And ran their first Ultra 4 race, 2009.
So he's been around for a very long time.
Yeah.
Brett putting in a 20th position. He'll be happy with that. Nice and solid up the front end of the field. Andrew again going round the rock climb, taking that safer route. Is it faster? Well, time will tell. I guess we're going to see some really fast runs over the next couple of hours as we move later into the program today.
Think we'll see anybody launch it off the end there?
I hope we'll see someone launch it off the downhill.
Yeah, exactly.
We haven't seen anyone today do that yet. All the drivers judging to take that safer bypass route on the downhill.
I don't think we're going to see anything until probably Power Hour. And then I think all these egos are out there. There's something about that stature of being fast time. You know, that they got great crews. You got to take care of any kind of problem. There's something about being the king of qualifying, and that'll put them up front. But it's going to be cool to see who actually maybe goes for it.
Absolutely. As Andrew comes back in onto the short course, we saw Brian Reed roll out in the 416, Monkey with a knife racing entry. Chassis by Brave Motorsports, LSX 441 punching 650 horsepower. He's one of our newer competitors, I believe. And he's here to have fun. He's looking for a finish. So he's out there to try and finish the toughest race in the world. And this is his challenge this week. Andrew McLaughlin has crossed the finish line. As Brian is clearing our rock sections. He's down that first bypass. He'll turn around and we'll see whether he's going to run the wall or go around to the left. There's that wall that we're talking about straight up the middle there. There's some really fast lines up there. It is just covered in dirt though. So a lot of the guys opting to go to this bit safer, but a lot longer climb out there. But that's also getting really rutted out as well.
But he went way as far left as you possibly can go. And it looks like they're actually extending it to the left more.
Yeah, the course is just changing and changing, isn't it? As he comes down off the final rock section. Probably a little bit more gingerly than Brett Harrell that we saw earlier, who just launched off there. And he runs into the high-speed desert and heading back towards town and towards the Bronco Arch. I can hear someone leaving. Cody Hardesty in the number 408 from Louisville, Kentucky. We're still waiting for Brian Reed to come in as Cody is heading around Means Butte, heading towards the rock section. Very colourful car, this one, isn't it, Scott?
Yeah, there's no mistaking the colors. It's kind of nice. You don't have to tell me you have to look for the numbers, but in this case, it's not the problem.
Big TMR sponsorship on the side of that car as well. Another one of our solid axle competitors. He's a landscaper. His dad helps in the pits, and his first race was at AOP in Tennessee in 2020. He's a young up-and-comer inside the Ultra 4 field, so exciting to see him out here and running with us. Having a great time this week with his family involved. And that's what a lot of this is about. Even though we're in the Race of Kings in our top class of the week, it's still a family event, isn't it?
Oh, gosh, yes.
And
absolutely.
Teams and the makeup of this, the guys are out there working on their own cars in the most part. This isn't a professional race team throughout the field. We've got some great professional race teams, but most of these guys, they build their own stuff, work on their own stuff. And you know what? When they drive it, they realize they have to fix their own stuff. So some of these guys, they just want to get a solid finished position for qualifying. They're not going out there to destroy everything. We've got number 53, Jeff Wagoner, taking the start line. As Cody comes through the Bronco Arch, taking that left line as he comes down the hill. You've got to sort of turn hard left, and then you get a much straighter shoot down there. A little bit less of those whoops that we were seeing earlier. Jeff's running hard out in the desert. IFS car sponsored by Rock Jock. Cody's rounding Talladega, running in towards the finish line. 2:22. It's going to be a solid time for him. 2:26, 24th position. But I'm sure, Scott, that will all change as we go through the afternoon. We've still got Power Hour to come. 22 more cars in Power Hour. It's going to be exciting.
You know, you go to circle track racing or stock car racing, sprint car racing, they're talking about how every single lap the dirt changes. They're constantly finding to ride that traction. That ain't nothing when you look at this course.
And Jeff just schooled that big rock climb that everyone else has been driving around. He did go to the left at the very top, but still drove the big face, and I think that was much faster than we saw previously. 120 at the top of the hill. I think this is going to be a pretty good time. Really launching it off there. Jordan Pellegrino taking the start line, number 98.
Yeah, we got a
the
lot
whole Gen
of
Right
people
crew's
out
right
here
in front of me. I see Tony up there. They're all cheering him on. This is a really cool car.
Nice.
IFS, IRS, Portals, you name it. This is a spaceship of cars. I believe it's called the Lamborghini. I was worded up on that earlier in the week. And this is a new car for this year. Very cool, guys.
So
Jeff
racing
Wagner,
dirt bikes at 3 years old?
Smashing it through Talladega right now. Coming in for a really good time. He's not going to be quite top 5, but it's going to be a solid qualifying time. Jordan's taking the safe route, and he's gone to the bypass downhill. Just rocking off there, smashing through that little area that's meant to slow them down. It really isn't slowing him down much at all, is it?
No, it's not only just the vehicles that are changing the course up there and moving things around, it's the wind as well. We heard a lot of the drivers come up here, and Terry even said the wind is blowing the dust up onto the rocks, which is making it really slick.
And as Jordan moves through these rough, rocky areas, just watch how nimbly that rear end works. One of the few cars in this field that has an independent rear end, kind of like the side-by-sides have.
I like this.
It's really making it look great. Wow, he just launched it off there, didn't he?
It's got such a different look to it than any other car out there in the course.
The bodywork on this car is just phenomenal. It's a really clean-looking car. Sam Collins, number 32. He's the first of our LCQ competitors taking off into the short course. As Jordan just launches through the Bronco Arch. Can he hold on to it? Get it turned, get it on the course. Brilliant.
That is the fastest I think anyone's gone through the Bronco Arch, now through turn 19.
Turn 19 to Talladega. We are going to see a great time here, Scott.
We may have something here. 6 seconds. 2:06 is the time to beat. Don't think it's going to happen.
The crowd is
definitely
cheering.
top 5.
Third place, 210. The crowd goes wild. The Genrite crew are here in force. Sam Collins out of Washington State. He built this car himself. It's got a Ford Parity 5-litre motor in it. A maximum transition TH400. Hero TK Spider Track axles. Fox shocks tuned by my mate Wayne at Alltech. So a pretty cool car here, home built, garage car.
Another car that's got a different, can we call it a car?
Oh, truck, I think, or?
But the thing is, it's got
it's almost a hot rod.
A different look to it.
We'll get everything going again in a second as Sam comes down off the rock section, taking it easy and making it look clean. So another independent front suspension car with that sort of hot rod look to it. Cool looking car, unusual for our sort of race series. Something different. It's really cool to see people bring these different ones out. So launching off the start line, Mel Wade from Evo, 4451. Now this is a Campbell Fabrications IFS car. I believe this used to be one of Wayland's cars. 2-seat IFS car out of the Campbell factory.
Just bought the car for 2022 KOH.
Very cool. Sam coming in on the short course. He's actually got a really reasonable time.
Yeah.
He's done really strong and solid through there as he approaches Talladega.
Let's see.
Mel's making good work of the bumps on the way around the back of Means Butte as he heads toward the rocks. Cool looking livery on that car with some blue and grey and black. Stands out again. Sam crossing about 2 minutes 29, 34th position. Another solid qualifying spot for these guys. You know, if you're racing for the win here, you really do need to be in the top half of the field at least, especially with the dust that we've got out here and how torn up this course is getting. Mel just taking it easy down here. Maybe he got a little bit lost on that downhill there, a little bit unsighted. Now he's getting back into the throttle as he rounds the bottom and approaches our climb. He's having a look, maybe making a decision. Not sure how much time he had for pre-running. I actually haven't seen this car out this week, so not sure if he got to have a couple of laps in the early mornings when the guys have been out practicing, or if this is his first time. He's coming up the bypass, running around the top there. Mel's been a competitor for a very long time, one of the Nitto athletes that come out and race with us every year, and Mel's done a lot of other desert racing as well and Ultra 4 racing. Very seasoned competitor. He's moved up from racing his Jeep to racing a full-on Campbell race car. So really cool to see him stepping up there. He's making the turn back into Hammertown. We've got Chase Caprera lined up on the starting line in his bomber. He takes off around the short course. One of our young competitors. Another family of other competitor. It's great to see the generations turning up to race together. Chase has been doing really well in this bomber in Legends class, I believe, and now he's stepping up into Ultra 4 class. Look at that bomber work. Solid axle just launching through the whoops. He's just holding it flat. As Mal clears turn 19, coming into Talladega. This is Randy Slauson's winning car from last year that Chase is running in this race.
Didn't he buy it just before?
This is the winning car
the night before the race, I think it was.
2021 King of the Hammers. On course now with a new driver. So Chase is laying down a pretty good time here. Can Randy beat his old car? That's always the challenge. Let's see later this afternoon. Of course, Randy, the current King of the Hammers, is coming up in Power Hour at 4 o'clock, Scott.
Gonna be good. This section here to like get to the top of the hill, it seems to be the telltale area. How fast, how quick, how smooth the guys can get through that section. That little dogleg area.
It definitely is, but I think what'll really make or break the top times is whether you just shoot it straight up that rock face and save another couple of seconds. I really do think the rock face is just that little bit quicker.
Some of the drivers are telling me there's really not much in it, and to shoot it safely around the side is a much smarter thing to do. But come power out, this guy's going to be looking for every single second. And maybe we'll see someone take a leap off that giant drop that we used for our shootout the other night. Chase coming through the Bronco Arch, bringing that bomber home. This bomber probably knows its way around this course. It's homegrown at King of the Hammers at Johnson Valley. Randy, I think, has more bombers out here than almost any other chassis manufacturer. This used to be the race of Jimmy's 4x4 chassis, and now the bombers are really taking over, and there's a lot of them out there.
Looking at probably a 25 across the line, actually a little quicker, 222. 16th quick. 16th
and remember, these guys are racing for position in the race as we look at Joshua Baskey, who's also qualifying for position in the race. This is our LCQ running right now. Last chance qualifier. These guys do not have a start in the main race on Saturday. Only the fastest of these qualifiers is going to go through. We'll have to wait on the word from Race Ops and Mr. Dave Cole on how many of these cars are going to get through. But they're really pushing it to the wall to try and get that spot.
Yeah, our next car scheduled to come up for their LCQ is Ray Acox in the number 6. Another driver that goes well out to the left side of the course, climbing up the hill.
So Scott, most drivers pre-qualify for King of the Hammers by either coming top 20 at King of the Hammers last year or getting a solid finish position at some of our
national
events, the West and East Coast Championships. There's lots of ways to qualify into King of the Hammers. But if you've never raced it before, if you've never raced with us, if you've had a bad season, haven't had some finishes, the LCQ is that last chance for you to get a start position.
So that's Jaron Gunther out of Zephyr Cove, Nevada. Part of Jack Daniel Racing.
Jaron's actually been competing with us for quite a while. He came up through the Legends class as well. And another really experienced competitor. Not sure why Jaron's in the LCQ this year. Maybe this is a new car or a new program for him. But he's really throwing it down there as well. Look at that car move through those bumps coming around the back of the wake bed.
Shocks are really set up.
As Joshua comes across the finish line, 242, 50th. Will that be enough to make it into the main race? I hope so. That was a solid run for him. We've got Jaron coming down the rocks. He's done the bypass on the way down. He's taken the loop around, looking at the face. Goes round to the bypass and runs up the bypass side.
Well, it seems like, I want to say the last probably 8-9 cars have done that line. So nobody in the LCQ, I think, is willing to take a chance. They just want to try and get in the field.
They're just being safe. They need a solid,
I was about to say that same exact word,
yeah. You know, you don't need to win the LCQ. There's no prize for being first in the LCQ, so getting a solid position and knowing that you're in the race. If you already have a spot, you can throw it to the wall knowing that no matter what, you're going to start from the back. But if you don't have a start position at King of the Hammers, you can't take it easy. You can't relax on this.
John Webb takes a green flag. He's underway out of Concord, California.
John Webb is a legend of Ultra 4 racing. This is the man with the stereo. He's been racing out here for a long time with us. Doesn't do the series, doesn't do the championship very often, but he's been out at King of the Hammers for longer than I remember, and this man likes to have fun. He'll be out there pumping AC/DC or something as he rips around there. Probably has a light bar full of speakers, blasting music out. Jaron's putting down an amazing time here. Third place.
Quick. Wow. Jaron Gunther, 210.13, puts him third in line in qualifying. So we're watching John Webb right now.
Now, John Webb likes to entertain, but he has gone that safe side, left-hand side hill. I think we're going to see a lot of these LCQ guys do it, Scott, as you were saying. Play it safe, get your position. Jaron played it safe and did an amazing time. 3rd place. Knocked Jordan Pellegrino off the podium. But we still have 3 Can-Am side-by-sides in our top 5 for the Nitto Race of Kings. Isn't that going to be a cool start if those guys stay up the front?
Weston Jones off the line in the 719.
Another one of our newer competitors.
Out of Harriman, Utah. Like you say, one of the newer competitors. So still, you know, doesn't have quite the history, but being here, taking that green flag, LCQ, whether he's pre-qualified, last chance qualifier, doesn't matter. He's trying to get in the field, and that's where that legacy starts. That's where the history starts.
Absolutely, and this is a cool looking car.
Yeah.
Bronco,
Yeah,
old school Bronco grill, IFS.
And it's got that 70s paint scheme
Yeah,
pattern
there's no
on the
missing
side,
that one,
you know?
is there? Very unique looking. Making ease of that climb. Getting ready to drop down.
Boy, look at the ruts. I can't help but think that the belly pan is just scraping right along in there. That section. Oh, nice. He goes straight up. There we go.
Staying in the throttle, letting it eat. Now, if you clean this, it's a much clearer ride. Don't know how much faster that was. He sat there spinning a little bit. Looks like a Jimmy's 4x4 chassis that he's running.
No, we're starting to get into a later part of the day, and I'm starting to see a lot of shadows. You being his competitor in this situation, how hard does that make it as the day goes on or the afternoon goes on?
Oh, we're seeing him pull off. Not sure what's wrong with Weston here. He's pulled off the course. Something's happened. Hopefully he can get it going again. He's just got to come up through the Bronco Arch and get back into town. So hopefully he can make that car get going again.
Doesn't look like he can turn.
Oh no, disaster. Okay, we've got Frank Mankeros taking off in the number 21 entry. He is our 3rd last LCQ competitor to take the start. And that is Gary Ferravanti's old Ultra 4. And you know, unfortunately, we lost Gary Ferravanti very recently, and we're going to do a very special tribute to him on Saturday. But really cool to see his car out here. This is the legacy. And, you know, this man made a big difference to our sport. And Frank is taking over the wheel of this historic car.
He was so fun to watch. Just always on the edge. Constantly on the edge. Up on 2 wheels. And just so aggressive. It was so fun to watch. As a fan, I could see how that would suck the fan into this sport. Just seeing this guy, you know, Gary drive the way he did. It was such an entertaining aspect of being able to sit in the side of the track or on TV and watch him.
And he was the ultimate wheelman and a total perfectionist. He pushed his car design every little bit. He probably did more measurements than everyone else in Ultra 4 and thought more about tweaking little bits of geometry. And this car that's out on screen right now with Frank driving is a work of art.
Now that was easy. Here we go.
Competitive Ultra 4s out there. Smashing straight up the hardest right-hand line. If you get this right, this really should be the fastest option up that hill. Just taking it easy across the top there, feeling his way back down.
I think this is another driver that's out there trying to set the world on fire time-wise. Just wants to get safely in the field, get qualified.
Absolutely, and that is the critical thing for these guys. They need to get that finish to get in the start list. As I said, not sure how many they're taking in. That'll be up to race ops, and they'll let us know, hopefully before the hour's out, and we can confirm how many have made it through. Joe Thompson in the 1978 taking off now. Not sure if this is the same Joe Thompson that builds some amazing race cars or just someone with the same name. Joe from UFO Fab. He's racing this year, isn't that cool? Joe builds a lot of the field. He, after Randy, would be one of the biggest chassis builders. The Gomez brothers have a bunch of cars from him, and there's several others. Dan Wyrick, we saw run earlier in his car. There's several more of them out there. A lot of guys using them as pre-runners. The Gomez has a whole fleet of them now.
256.53 for Frank as he crosses the line. Puts him, what was it, 53rd it looked like?
53rd.
53rd.
Solid. Good run for the LCQ. As Joe comes down the bypass downhill, he'll be making that turn, and we'll see what line he takes on the climb. He's going around that safe one as it bucks him up and turns him left.
You know, it's. I can't help but think at least the first half of this climb off to that left isn't exactly the safe. It's bouncing these cars all over the place, very inconsistent. You're not getting any traction if the wheels are up, the tires are off the ground and up in the air, and you're starting to see that kind of thing.
And what we're seeing, Scott, is that climb really changed. You know, a couple of days ago, only a few people had driven up that line, and now that we're putting all this horsepower up there, the loose dirt is disappearing, and the true rock shelves are showing through. And we're getting those big bumps that are unsettling the cars, and we're getting, you know, the different changes on that climb. And the guys who pre-ran this earlier and it was like a highway, they might find something different when they get there on Power Hour.
So this is Colton Gould off the line.
He should be the last of our LCQ qualifiers. Again, a new racer. We don't have a huge amount of information about him.
How about any?
Joe Thompson coming in towards the finish, or coming in towards Bronco Arch. 2:22 so far.
Boy, look at those shocks work.
That is the 515 of Colton Gould. Joe Thompson, 232. Currently 42nd qualifier, so he's beaten a couple of the other LCQ guys that we saw put in the 50, 53rd places. So he's up the pointy end of the LCQ. Solid finish for Joe. As Colton comes down the downhill bypass, he'll turn around. We'll see which line he runs. Look at those tires just throwing, bicycling just a little bit. Looks like he's heading towards the left, up through that scrabbly stuff. And then he'll surf this hill and send the car up to the top of the crest. And talking of UFOs, we just saw Joe Thompson finish. This is Brendan Thompson's old car, and it was the very first UFO built. So awesome to see some of this race heritage out on display and tearing up our racetrack here in Johnson Valley, California.
Me because my experience or my background is short course racing. It's like, I mean, they're out there bumping and banging and jumping and over 100 feet, 100 miles an hour, all this kind of stuff. And after about 3, 4, 5 years, those chassis are junk. I'm looking at these cars, and they're doing the same kind of thing, but they last. I mean, when they come out here and they're 8, 9, 10 years old and they're still competitive running in King of the Hammers, it just is mind-blowing.
Awesome. Yeah, it's crazy to see how long some of these cars last. As Colton rounds turn 19, we just saw Chad Hunt launch off the start line. He has the same number as someone else in the field, so sorry if that graphic was a little inaccurate, but that's due to a duplicate there. And yeah, I'm being told this car is so new, it didn't even drive into the trailer on its own. He had to push it in there. It looks like a Miller Pro chassis there. Really clean looking car, but brand new, untested.
Sticker's still on at the price tag.
And he's in the deep end now, isn't he? Part of the Team Indiana Racing stable. You know, there's a great amount of talent in that pit tent. I'm sure they all pitched in to help get this car finished and on the line. Colton got 49th position with a 2 minutes, 38 seconds.
Attaboy going straight up.
Straight up the hard way.
Nice. You see so many cars hit that first little ledge and it kicks the front end up in the air and they come back down and it stops. They have to get back going again. He just inched it up there a little bit, kept the momentum going, but slowed down a little bit and cleared it no problem.
Well, the thing is with the Miller Pro chassis, you're getting decades of experience that Eric and his team have put into that car. The suspension geometry on that car is dialed. So a lot of the hard work has been essentially done for him with this car, and he's making it look good as he comes around the short course and into the Bronco Arch as he comes back to town for his finish.
Got through the Bronco Arch, very nice. Nice and smooth and clean. Now headed into turn 19 and the short course.
Chad's just cleared turn 19. Coming into Talladega, letting that Miller Pro chassis eat. I can just hear the motor from here. It's phenomenal. Rounds Talladega, lining up our jump. The finish line is on the landing of the jump. He'll hit our timer. We see the checkered flag.
Not bad, respectable. 227, yeah, 27.78. 34th quick.
Very respectable for a car that wasn't running a week ago.
Well, that'll take care of our 3 of qualifying. We're going to step aside real quick and come right back with Power Hour. We'll have a few words from our sponsors. We're right back after this.
Conquer the elements, handle the most extreme environments, and dominate the desert and trails with King's new 2021 Ford Bronco 2.5 OEM Performance Upgrade Kit. All kits are 100% designed, manufactured, and assembled in our Southern California facility. See why we're the first choice for experienced off-road racers worldwide and order your Bronco kit today.
Be known.
Yeah, hi. Instead of letting passengers wrap their arms around us, can we put little handles on our jackets?
Deny.
Can you imagine?
I want a new nickname. Can you guys start calling me Snake?
No, Brian.
Denied. How about we all get quotes to see if we can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer?
Approved.
Cool. Hey, if Brian's not going to be Snake, can I be Snake?
No.
There once was a colt who was raised by goats. He struggled at first on the snow, the rocks, and the rivers. Then he became strong, capable of handling any terrain. And the colt became a Bronco. With 7 available goat modes that adapt the vehicle to go over any type of terrain, this is the all-new Bronco Sport. It's time for electric to turn into lightning. An electric truck that can haul on both ends, that can help build your house, and if need be, power that house. That feels like a bullet train and works like a freight train. fully electric F-150 Lightning.
Really thankful to have VP Fuels on board.
UTV 96 is like perfect in these things, makes them rip.
It ran cool, it ran strong.
We got into those rock sections where we really needed that throttle response, and it was right there every time.
We run all VP lubricants. We haven't had any problems with any kind of leaking or any kind of heating issues.
And into State Frosty, no drama, temperature stayed under 200 the entire race.
The Ford Bronco is back, and 4 Wheel Parts is your Bronco aftermarket headquarters. Whether it's a wheel and tire upgrade you need or an all-out overlanding build, 4WP's expert staff and lineup of in-stock products are ready to help you do your Bronco right. Build your Bronco at one of our 100 stores nationwide or shop online at 4WP.com/Bronco HQ. Whether you're conquering the toughest single-day race in the world or the toughest trail at the off-road park, you need a tire that can get you to the finish. You need the Atturo Trailblade Boss. Go online to Atturo.com to find your local authorized dealer and get the race-proven Trailblade Boss from Atturo. Atturo Tires. Go your own way.
Renowned worldwide for reliability, the ARB air locker is a must-have for off-road drivers, including rock crawlers, overlanders, and racers. With over 100 applications, ARB air lockers gives your vehicle the traction you need to tackle virtually any challenge with the flip of a switch.
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. Stay in touch with our Trax stereo intercoms, two-way radios, satellite communications, helmets and headsets. Find new adventures with GPS. Breathe clean air with Race Air Fresh Air systems. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
Of performance. For over 60 years, a brand synonymous with VWs. Known around the world for quality, speed, and innovation. MP, the first in VW speed equipment.
Rocks.
sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
So King of the Hammers, it's the toughest one-day race in the world as far as I'm concerned.
When you need your winch, that's the only thing that matters. It's about getting to the finish line first. It doesn't matter how you do it.
By OPTIMA Batteries. We're well into qualifying for the Nitto Race of Kings. Power hour is coming up at 4 o'clock in 11 minutes, and we're going to have some great drivers showing us the fastest way around our qualifying course. We're going to have high horsepowered action. We're going to see who's going to drop off that rock ledge and who's going to climb that shaly hill that we've been watching, and who can put themselves on the pole for the 2022 Nitto Race of Kings powered by OPTIMA Batteries. Now, Saturday's race, it's going to have some of the toughest rock trails on it that we've ever seen. So for a preview of the race course, let's go to Cameron Steele, who's out on the course. Over to Cameron.
Here at Nightmare. Nightmare is an offshoot to Clawhammer. You can see Cameron in the Trent Fabrication car pre-running. This trail has never been in King of the Hammers before. This is our first time ever running the trail. As you can see, it's a tough trail. He's getting up at some loose rocks, some big boulders, and from here, you'll go over the bridge to King's Veto on lap 3.
I haven't driven on Nightmare before. I've been on it on my bike like 5 or 6 times. The first time we went up, all the instincts were good. We cleaned it. The second time, we had to back up. And then this last time, we were trying to use all different lines. Like I told Wayne, let's try these different lines. And he's like, they're not going to work as good. But it was fun to try. It's a cool little trail. It's more like, as Wayne would say, a Scrabble, or Cody would say nuisance. But there are a couple cool little features on there. Nothing too gnarly though. Nightmare.
Thank you, Cameron. Welcome back. I'm really looking forward to seeing some of the cars go up that Nightmare trail. It's a new one. Now, on Monday night, we had the the 8 Holly EFI shootout presented by King Shocks and Action Sports Canopies. To present trophies to our winners, let's welcome Matt Holt to the stage.
What is up, everybody? Who is excited to watch the shootout? I love the shootout. I'm a rock bouncer driver. The shootout is always awesome. Tons of nonstop action. I tell people it's like UFC on meth. It's always a good time. And I have our drivers up here. We're going to give away some awards. We have a couple of drivers still out in the pits, so we're going to save them for them because they're still doing some qualifying stuff for 4400 class. So first we're going to come on Dave Wong. He was our fastest time on course 1 and course 2 for both stages. He came in first place overall, picking up a trophy and a big check for $2,500. So who do you want to thank first of all?
My wife, first of all. She couldn't come this time, but she let me come and play, and she runs the roost. So if she said no, I wouldn't be here.
That's awesome. What was your game plan going in, checking out the course? I know that course we've come to before, obviously running a moon buggy, a little different than some of the big mega trucks or rock bouncers we've had in the past. What was kind of your game plan going into the shootout?
So my car does one thing, slow and steady. I was in third gear. I don't know if you guys saw it. I was in third gear going up that first climb, and it was probably 10 miles an hour. But the thing just crawls. You just keep it going, and it just eats. And Jesse Haynes Fabrication, I need to thank him. He built an awesome car, super stable. It's more capable than I am, but I learn something every time I'm out in it.
That's awesome. Give him a round of applause. We have a couple more awards.
I really got to thank Aerolids for getting me here, BFG, and Laser Nut Racing. Those guys, they're the people, besides my wife, that I wouldn't be here without.
Awesome. Thank you. You're welcome. We got a couple of awards. The person that finished first place on the first stage was Paul Wolf. He races a Can-Am tube chassis rock bouncer. Obviously, it's smaller than a normal rock bouncer than a full-size car. He's also racing a 4400 class, so I'm sure he's out either testing and tuning, qualifying. So he gets a second-place trophy and picks up a check for $7,500. Third-place trophy is going to go to a someone we thought was the best driver, put on the best show, had the best time. It was a really good time. Josh Tomlinson, he picks up the best award for the most action. He rolled over twice, landed back on his wheels, took off again, was trying to hold his door shut as he was continuing his run. So he'll pick up a check for $2,500 and another trophy. Again, David was able to pick up the fastest time of the night. We had somebody who actually climbed the hill before him in a moon buggy, and I would like to say show it him maybe possibly the fastest line, and that's Jeff McKinley. We're going to bring him up on stage. Jeff was the first guy to complete the course, so if you guys watch any East Coast stuff and watch the good old-fashioned hill killing, that's what we do out there. So the first guy always has the greatest thing. And Dave Cole said he wanted to do something special for you since you were the first guy to the top. He knows, obviously, you've had a rough couple of months, with your son passing away. He said it was so awesome to see you out here giving it all you had. So he had to create a special award just for you because he said, we come out here as an off-road family. We come out here, we work in the shop together, we spend time together, we come out here, slave away together, help working guys' pits together. So he said, I want to do something special, I want to create a special award. And I said, okay, what do you want to call that award? He said, my name's Jeff McKinley and I'm a badass mother award is what he wanted to call it. And I said, okay, how would you like to phrase that? Maybe so it's politically correct. And he looked at me and said, that's the award. And I said, okay, so we don't have a check for you, but we have a check coming, and we have an award that says, I'm Jeff McKinley and I'm a badass mother on the bottom of the award. And again, we just wanted to give you a minute, just talk about what it meant to you to be here and compete in the King of Hammers shootout.
It was tough. About a month and a half ago, my youngest son passed away in a snow avalanche, and it really shook up our world. So we really didn't have any plans, weren't going to come, but we decided that that's what he would want us to do. So my older son's here racing the UTV tomorrow, and we just came because it's the thing that he would do. That's what he would want us to do.
Thanks so much. And everybody give Jeff a hand. And if you see him in the pit, give him a hug. I know it's been a great time. We have in about 60 seconds away, kicking off the power out for the 4400 big cars. I know you can barely hear me over them guys revving their engines, and I think we're going to cut to them right now.
And here we go. We are about to kick off Power Hour. I'm Miles Hasquist. Alongside me is Mr. Jim Marsden. We're about to get this party started.
Oh, Miles, this is so good to be back up here. It's Power Hour. I've missed this. I missed it last year, and I can't tell you how happy I am to be here right now. Just look at this list of drivers that we have for you. Let's run through them. First off the line, we're going to be Rusty Byler, followed by Dan Fresh, Brian Capero, Casey Curry, Randy Slauson, Cade Rod,
Waylon Campbell, Eric Miller, Lauren Healy, Shannon Campbell, Tom Ways already ran today, Jason Shipman, Brian Crofts, Marcos Gomez,
Brent Gugelberger. Then we've got Bailey Campbell, Stan Haynes, Josh Byler, Cameron Steele, Raul Gomez, JP Gomez, Jason Shearer, Levi Shirley, Vaughn Gittin Jr. What a lineup.
That's a Power Hour by far. And here's our current top 10 right now. In the Can-Am is Paul Wolf with that 2:06, fastest time of the day.
He was our first runner the first thing this morning, so that's absolutely astonishing that Paul is still our pole sitter. Then his second place is his teammate, Hunter Miller.
And then number 74, Jaron Gunter with a 2:10. Great run with him. I was able to ride with him over Thanksgiving, and that car works phenomenal.
Then it's in fourth place. We've got the young man himself, Jordan Pellegrino. We've all watched him on social media, and it's absolutely fantastic to see that car out here this week.
And then another Can-Am of Kyle Cheney. But it looks like Rusty Blyler, the Happy Pappy, is about to take off out of Klingerstown, Pennsylvania, with Mr. Big B Motorsports himself. Miller Pro Chassis, Straight Axle, Mapco LS7, Tranny Tom Turbo 400 Atlas, Spider Tracks, Method Race Wheels, Nitto, Fox, and Sparco. He was the Rookie of the Year back in 2018. He's raced Line Mountain for a very long time, but he's here in force, in Power Hour for Ultra 4 for the Nitto Race of Kings.
Now I can hear horses. I can hear thousands of very angry horses, and that means that any moment now, Power Hour is going to be starting. And it's that man there, Rusty Byler, in that Miller Pro Sports chassis.
They've been pre-running for over a week now. They brought 4 of these cars. They've got 2 identical pre-runners and 2 race cars, and they have been putting them through the paces.
Let's not forget his son, Josh.
There's a great shot of Eric Miller, 2-time king, getting in the zone.
Getting himself ready to go. So come on then, Miles. We've spoken about this earlier. Who do we reckon is going to be setting the pole today?
I mean, we just read through that list, and there's a lot of them on there, but Jason Shearer's one you can never count out.
And let's not forget, of course, Lauren Healy. How many pole positions has Lauren had over the years?
Multi, and that's a brand new car, and he's been putting it through his paces as well, so we'll see how it goes.
Well, it's interesting we say that because we've seen the Can-Ams at the moment, and it's Rusty Byler. He's off the line.
This is the 2022 Progressive King of the Hammers, powered by Optima Batteries, and we are qualifying for the Nitto Race of Kings, the 4400 Unlimited race, and Rusty Blyler is taking that inside line and pushing strong.
The time to beat today is the 2:06 put down by Paul Wolf right at the start of the day.
But I think that's going to get shaken up a little bit. I think we're going to hit right at that 2-minute flat mark this afternoon.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I think a 2:01 could be seeing a winning time here today. But it's all about this man right now, Rusty Byler, as he heads his way out, making his way to the bottom.
This is roughly a 1.3 mile qualifying lap.
So Rusty's picking his way down there, looking really nice and tidy here. Any moment now will be decision time.
He's going that safer left line. As we've seen, it's continued to be pretty quick, but it's starting to get 8 out. It's getting a little loose.
Now Rusty's driving a solid axle car. We're going to see lots of different types of vehicle on course today. So these are solid axles, so solid rear, solid front. We're going to see IFS, and we're going to see IFS and IRS, which is independent rear suspension on some of these incredible machines a little bit later. Look at that!
Rusty Blyler is pushing all the way to the end, and you can see there he removed his spare tire, so he's going for the gold. And off the line next is Mr. Brian Caprara, number 9901 out of Salinas, California with Rock Rage Racing. He debuted this UFO 2-seat IFS machine last year. It's got a Barello LS7, a 4L80E, SCS transfer case, TubeWorks, Fox, RCV, Yokohama, trail-ready wheels. His first Ultra 4 race was back at King of the Hammers 2013. So Blyler's through turn 19, one more sweep to go around the Can-Am Talladega.
This is going to be close, Miles. It's going to be a very fast time indeed here from Rusty.
It'll be a 2:12 or so. So that'll be a top 10, I believe, as Brian Caprara is heading up the rock section as we speak.
And Rusty brings it across the line. And a confirmed time there of 2:12 for Rusty Byler.
As we're watching Brian Caprara come down that two-seat UFO machine, we saw Joe Thompson qualifying just a little bit ago. I was glad to see him in there. He is Mr. UFO himself, and the Gomez brothers put him in their pre-runner and let him go racing.
And Rusty Byler's coming in 8th position there with a 2:12, so a solid run there from Rusty Byler.
We saw Chase Caprara, Brian's son, qualify earlier today, so we'll see how they shake up against each other.
So sitting on the line now
is Mr. Casey Curry.
In the trophy Jeep.
No, that is not the trophy Jeep. That is the Savvy 88 car. He got it from Gerald Lee here recently. He kind of went through it and put some more shocks on it, and that car's won the 4500 Legends class, or sorry, the 4500 mod class for a very long time. But Casey Curry out of Norco, California with Curry Enterprise, one of our partners. Great to see him out here running. He's raced all weekend long.
Good save there, Miles. Thank you very much.
Brian Caprara around the Can-Am Talladega. So Brian Caprara and Casey Curry on screen as we speak. So Caprara will have about a 2:12 as well. So great run by Brian Caprara. 2:11, 9:33, so that's currently in that 7th position as we're back to Casey Curry.
Now this is a car I actually know very well indeed, so I'm amazed I didn't pick it when I saw it.
You've raced against it, if I'm not mistaken.
This car, considering, now just watching Casey there, he got a bad bounce. Now Casey had been wanting to go clean on this. He had a nasty rollover during UTV qualifying.
I believe Orrin Anderson's riding shotgun with him.
Another big name, of course, and let's not forget, this man here, he is a superstar. He is a winner of Dakar.
He's raced all weekend long. He races all over the world, like you just mentioned.
Yeah, he's been over to Europe and raced with us in Portugal. Did ever so well, took the win there as well.
And on the line next,
this car is down on power compared to some of the others that we'll see here today. And he's just on around about the 135 pace as he comes across the top there, which is going to put him around about that sort of 240 mark when he crosses the line.
But he will be racing with us on Saturday for the Nitto Race of Kings. And up next is our current king, 3-time king, Randy Slauson, number 4448 out of Gardnerville, Nevada with Bomber Fabrication. That's a brand new Bomber chassis.
It is. Well, we saw Randy yesterday out on course, and he was our lead qualifier for the EMC. So can he do it again today? Yesterday he had put in a time of 2:06. So let's see what he can do today.
I was lucky enough to ride with him over Thanksgiving weekend in his Legends car, and he was blistering fast as Casey goes under the Bronco
Arch. I get that
Arch.
wrong. That was 2:08 yesterday. As Paul Wolf is currently leading with a 2:06. So let's see what Randy can do as Casey Curry throws it down towards turn 19.
Randy Slauson has given it absolutely everything this year, and I think it's genius to run on Friday and on Saturday and try to do his thing. These cars are almost identical, same motor and training packages and all that. So he'll know these trails like the back of his hand. He's been out pre-running more than about anybody I have seen.
Oh, and he takes that beautifully. Look at this. Randy Slauson is on a mission.
Casey Curry with a 252, currently in that 63rd position. Randy Slauson taking that safe left-hand line just like he did yesterday. Those King shocks are really soaking up these hits.
Absolutely. The CBM motor there delivering that extra power needed. He doesn't go for stupid high horsepower. He's running around about the sort of 650 mark.
But he's consistent.
And as he puts it, he can stand on it all day long.
Bombs down that little rock section back into the desert. He'll hit that little ski jump.
And these bomber cars are absolutely iconic here at King of the Hammers. And off the line now, it's Cade Rod, son of Randy Rod out of Jimmy's 4x4.
That's a Legends car that he's racing, but he's put some big tires on it, now here running with the big boys.
Yeah, moved the jump from 4,800 up into 4,400, and let's see what he can do. A very talented young man.
Slauson may have this. It's going to be really close.
Look at that perfect turn there. Kicks out the loose dust on 19. Only the Talladega bend to go.
Cade Rod on your bottom right, and Mushu running strong with those Nitto tires. As Randy Slauson is getting ready to hit the Yukon launch, and he's going to about tie his time from yesterday. That's a top 5 for sure. 2:09 for current king Randy Slauson.
So Randy Slauson goes into third place there with a solid 2:09.
Jim, this is why it's called Power Hour.
This is indeed. This is why we want to be here, and this is why we love it here in Hammertown as we watch Cade Rod making his way up. Now, where's he going to go? He's taking that left-hand line. Lots of the drivers been discussing this, which is that faster route. And yet today we've seen those Can-Ams attacking the rocks and putting down those incredibly fast times.
Up next should be Mr. Wayland Campbell out of Gilbert, Arizona with Campbell Racing. This is Shannon Campbell's son, and he has led this race more than one time. He's always a threat. Cade Rod down and out of the rock section. No, this is going to be Dan Fresh. I apologize. Number 8 out of San Juan Caprino, California with Dan Fresh Racing. He's in a bomber chassis. He's racing this car on Friday and on Saturday.
We're watching Cade Rod coming on down through the Bronco Arch. Look at that, wheels off the ground, 100% commitment here from the young man.
Look how chewed up this course is getting as he comes around turn 19.
Really nice line there for Cade.
So Dan Fresh raced in the T2 track over the weekend. He's racing a lot with us. Great to see him still in that bomber chassis.
Oh, this is looking very good for Cade indeed. This could be a top 10 here for Cade Rod.
He is really shaking some stuff up this year. So
Cade plays down a 2:10, which should put him in
sixth position.
In sixth position. What a run there from the young man from Jimmy's 4x4. Incredible stuff there from Cade Rod. But it's all about this man on course at the moment, and that is Dan Fresh.
In that bomber chassis.
Dan Fresh has won the 4800 and the 4500 class titles in the past. So it's great to see him here back racing in 4400. It's a solid run here from Dan. Looking like it's going to be a sort of a top 20 time. And on the line at the moment, sitting in the bottom there, cruising away.
This is Mr.
Wayland Campbell.
Wayland Campbell out of Gilbert, Arizona with Campbell Racing. He debuted this car in 2020 here at King of the Hammers.
So got a 490 cubic inch motor in it, and it absolutely flies.
Wayland was a Dirt Sports Rookie of the Year before, Off-Road Hall of Fame, Rising Star, and Impact Award. This young man has a bright, bright future for sure. That Monster Energy machine putting those Nitto tires to work. As Dan Fresh will get a time for him, he'll be, I'm going to say, in that top 30 range or so. He'll be right around that 226.
And Wayland's really piling on the power now, looking really good in his Campbell Enterprise car. It's in one of 4 Campbell cars that are racing this weekend out of the Campbell stable. So we've got Wayland Campbell, his father Shannon, then of course Bailey and Brian Crofts. And he's attacking the rock line. Here we go. This is what we want to see. And he cruises up there.
Quick work of it.
Oh, look at the time. Look at the time. This is fast.
Wayland's got a great run under his belt right now. We'll see how it shakes things up, but he's got to be feeling good as he bombs down there. He is pushing hard all the way to the limit on this 1.3 mile qualifying lap. Hits the little ski jump heading towards the Bronco Arch. Up next, another 2-time king, Eric Miller, number 21, Mr. Miller Motorsports himself. Out of Cumberland, Maryland, out of Miller Motorsports chassis.
Wayland here is really laying down the power. Look at him as he makes his way into turn 19. Only 2 bends for this young man. Can he put it in pole position? It's going to be very close, Miles.
As Eric Miller takes off, he won King of the Hammers in 2012 and 2016 and was the National Points Championship in 2015. Wayland Campbell's going to be about a 208 or so top 5 for sure.
Yeah, 209 there for Waylon Campbell and into 4th position.
And
so great run there.
Look at Eric Miller. He is hauling the mail right now. He is pushing hard to be up front. Remember, we're hitting Turkey Claw at race mile 2, so qualifying makes a huge difference today.
Solid axle car, of course. Now, Eric's just gone up on a motor, so he's using a slightly more powerful engine than he's used to.
So it sounds like I'm getting a little chatter through my PCI race radio. Waylon Campbell did end up having a flat, so that cost him just a little bit. So he could have set the pole if he wouldn't have had a flat tire.
Now let's see what Eric Miller does here. He takes that safer left line.
Swings a little bit wide. That cost him about a second, I believe.
Now some of these guys don't want to start at the front. They will actually be playing to start further down the field.
Yeah,
There
this
is
race.
tactics.
Yeah, this race will be on adjusted time, 2 at a time at 30-second increments. So it is an adjusted time race. So if you do start in the back, that can help you in the end.
Yeah, we saw Marcus Gomez come second last year, right from the back of the pack. And off the line now, it is Lauren Healy. Now this car, is it a car or is it a spaceship? It is something quite incredible. Independent front suspension, independent rear suspension. It has live active shocks that change and control 1,000 times a second, and they're directly linked to the brakes as well, as we watch Eric Miller flying his way down into turn 19.
This is Lauren Healy's first race in this brand new Ford Bronco with Ford Performance horsepower. IRS, IFS with portals. This thing could hurt some feelings.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see this. We saw Jordan Pellegrino putting a very similar car into 6th position earlier on today as Eric Miller crosses the line. Oh,
so
look
Lauren
at
Healy
this.
comes
He takes
down
the waterfall.
Look at that. We were talking about it. I didn't think anybody would do it, but Lauren Healy comes down that huge section straight up. This could be a pole's position. He's going for it.
Now, this is why we love watching Lauren race. Oh, no. Oh, no.
As the crowd goes wild as he comes to a complete stop, but he keeps going, so it costs him about 2 seconds. Let's see if Lauren can pull it together.
There are racers, and then there's Lauren Healy. This is incredible.
Lauren is giving it all he has got, and this will be an amazing run in that brand new Ford Bronco. This year he switched it up to a 2-seat. So we'll have a co-driver with him as another 2-time king, Shannon Campbell. 3-time king, sorry about that.
I got you. So we've got Shannon Campbell, 3-time king on course, and Lauren Healy on course as well. Does it get any better?
This is racing at its finest. The Hammer King production crew has done an amazing job bringing this to you.
This is going to be close.
Lauren
Miles.
Healy, I think he's going to have it.
Lauren Healy putting down all the power here. The time to beat is a 2:06 as Lauren crosses the line. Does he?
No, just a half
Lauren
a second
sneaks
out
into
of first place. But that's on the front line so far as Shannon Campbell is blasting through as well.
So Paul Wolf, I don't know where you are, but you can breathe again.
You're going to be starting side by side for now with Lauren Healy.
Now this is Shannon. What's Shannon going to do? Shannon takes the left line. If I was a betting man, I would never have won that.
Shannon Campbell pushing hard, putting that Monster Energy machine to work.
Shannon's around about 4 seconds off pole pace at the moment, but he's putting together a solid run here.
Shannon Campbell is in the Off-Road Hall of Fame since 2015. Jason Shipman, another friendly face out there, in a 2-seat IFS Jimmy's chassis.
Campbell
car, you're right,
chassis.
that's his other car.
Right, while we're waiting for Shannon to come down through the Bronco arch, let's just have a quick look at our top 4. In first position, we got Paul Wolf with a 2:06. In second position, we've just seen him with a 2:07. It was Lauren Healy. In third, it's Hunter Miller with a 2:09. And in fourth, it is Randy Slauson with a 2:09 as well.
And rounding out the top 5 is Waylon Campbell.
Also with a 2:09.
Look how close this is. 3 seconds splits it. 2.5 seconds, technically.
This is quick stuff here from Shannon. Not quite good enough for pole.
But he'll be top 10 for sure.
Absolutely.
Looks like a 2:11 puts him right at that top 10 spot. The 3-time king, Shannon Campbell. But on screen is Jason Shipman.
Now, this is an older car. This car, I think, was built around about the 2014, 2015. So it's seen some battles, it's seen some wars.
And he's been racing off-road for a very long time. He's done a lot of desert racing. He's raced Ultra 4 off and on for an extremely long time. He takes a little wide line, gonna shoot the right section.
And he makes his way up through the rocks nice and clean here. Come on, Jason, keep it going.
Momentum is key going up this rock section. Little bit off pace, so this will be a top 20 run.
And the pace that we're seeing today is absolutely incredible. There is nobody out here that is just going half a job. They're all sending it, and that's what we love about this.
And remember, Lauren Healy came to a complete stop and still is in second position. Up next, number 9, Brian Croft, out of Queen Creek, Arizona, with CB Motorsports in another single seat, 4th generation Campbell chassis.
That's another Campbell chassis. So we've just had 3 Campbell chassis in a row. Brian is also running a huge 490 cubic engine. And we've got a feeling that Brian might be out to do something special today.
He's definitely
so let's just see what he does. He qualified incredibly fast about 3 years ago in his old car. Let's see what he can do today.
And look at him, he is pushing super hard, putting those Nitto tires to work.
Yeah, husband, of course, to Bailey Campbell, who we're going to see a little bit later. Can't take my eyes off him. Let's see what he does. He doesn't take the Lauren Healy line, but he's still looking quick.
Brian Cross with a great run. So we got a time for Jason Shipman with a 2:33, puts a mid-pack. We'll have just over 100 cars take the line Saturday morning for the Nitto Race of Kings.
I think we're going to see all of the Campbell cars making that left line by the looks of it.
So 108, this could give him a run for money. This is a top 5 run for sure. We'll see how it shakes out.
Showing good pace here. He launches off the top and gets hard on the power.
And up next, number 86, Marcos Gomez with Gomez Brothers Racing.
Marcos came second last year and was started right at the back after problems during qualifying. So let's hope he has a better run today.
And this is another single seat UFO. This is an IFS IRS machine called the Ugly Duck.
We're just watching Brian Crofts coming in here now. He's using every millimeter of this track as he makes his way around to the final turn. This is a good looking time. He's really picked up pace after he came through the Bronco Arch.
This is going to be down to the wire, and he has given it all he's got.
Oh,
he may have it. I think this is going to be a new fast run.
That is pole.
It's going to be a 204. 203
from Brian Crofts. What a run there.
Congratulations to Brian Crofts, our new pole setter.
Now, what was interesting about that run, Miles, is that he was behind on time at the switch point at the top of the rocks, so he made up a huge amount of time coming down that back section.
Laying it all on the line as we watch Marcos Gomez, one of the 3 brothers, and Darian, his nephew, will be racing with us. So we'll have 4 Gomez's on this track at the same time. That's always fun to watch. They are checkers or wreckers at its finest.
There was no way that a Gomez was not going up the rocks, was there? Marcos is at the top now. He's a little bit off pace at the moment, but we've just seen Brian Crofts put an incredible run from this back section. So let's see what Marcus has got for us.
As Brent Gigaberg taking off, Mr. 4-Wheel Parts himself, number 4473. Out of Corona, California with 4-Wheel Parts. He's in a Trent Fab 2C IFS machine. Danzio LS3, Turbo 400, Atlas, Gearworks, Fox, Procom, Daystar, and Warren. He raced King of the Hammers with us for a very long time, and that's about the only race he races with Ultra 4 Racing.
So let's just have a quick recap on our top 5. In first position, we've just seen him out on track. It's Brian Crofts with a 203. In second, it was that guy who had pole position for almost all day, Paul Wolf with a 206. In third, it's Lauren Healy. In fourth, Hunter Miller. And in fifth, it's Randy Slauson.
Now that's a top 5. It's going to be awesome to see. But it sounds like Scott has our pole position setter, Brian Crofts. Let's hear it.
Thanks a lot, guys. Brian, unconscionable, crazy fast, super chances you were taking. How were you able to pull all of that off for 2.5 minutes?
Man, I don't know. Campbell Enterprise builds an amazing car, you know, so Just got the opportunity to get behind the wheel and show off a little bit what I can do behind the wheel. There's a hell of a lot more there, so hopefully race day goes as good as that.
Well, you just unseated a guy for the top spot that's been sitting there for about 6 hours. Maybe he can relax now because the pressure's off him, but now the pressure's on you.
Yeah, I've started up front a couple times, never had any good years, so maybe taking off the pole might actually give me a little bit of a heads up and chance to finish, but it does suck being ran down by especially my father-in-law, Lauren, Vaughn, all them guys that are super fast, but just hope to keep it a nice smooth pace and finish the race.
Nice job, man. Hopefully you see you up here at the end.
I hope so, because I need one more finish before I retire.
You know, guys, super conservative, super relaxed right now. This guy is the fastest man in Ultra 4.
And we just saw Bailey Campbell, his fiance, take off with Campbell Racing out of Gilbert, Arizona. That's a 2C IFS machine, and she was leading this race a couple years ago and had a water pump pulley fail. So hopefully she can hold it together. Her and Ryan Miller are going to be pushing strong. Great to see her and Brian out racing.
Wouldn't it be great to see them 1-2 on the line?
That would be
pretty impressive. Can you imagine the conversations tonight?
We'll have a time for Brent Gageber. Looks like he'll be a 2:37. Right around mid-pack in 61st position.
Let's not forget today we're seeing 103 qualifiers here at the 4400 qualifying for the Progressive 2022 King of the Hammers here in Johnson Valley as we watch this young lady, so talented, Bailey Campbell making her way up the far side of the mountain.
Can we see a new Queen of the Hammers? Only time will tell.
You can never say never with this young lady, but these guys are going to be driving to a game plan. You can guarantee that. This car is specially designed for King of the Hammers. It has a huge fuel cell. She launches herself off down the back there. And you'll see how that strategy plays out tomorrow as they start to get to around about the race mile 120, 150.
And off the line next, Mr. Stan the Man Haynes. That is Mr. Brannick Motorsports, one of our Legends sponsors. Great to see him out here racing with us. He's got his grandson, Caden, riding shotgun with him. I just love the family affair there. Stan Haynes and the whole team Indiana are some of the best in the business for sure.
Yeah, you won't meet a nice bunch of people than the guys from Indiana. As Bailey makes her way around the final turn now. Looking like it's going to be around about a 220.
So it'll be a top 10, top 15.
And she crosses the line. A nice clean run there from Bailey. 24th position with a 219, so a nice solid run there.
Stan Haynes in that 4408. That's a wide open designs buggy. He's been racing it for a very long time. Straight axle machine.
So when they get home tonight, is Bailey going to stand there and say to Brian, "Did you have a nice day in the office today, darling?"
I'm sure he's going to rub her a little bit, saying, "Hey, I'm starting way out in front of you."
Maybe she's going to carry the picnic. Who knows?
So Stan Haynes running a solid pace. He is looking for a finish once again. Looked like Bailey may have had a left front flat when she crossed the line, so that's why she was a little off pace. There is a lot going on, and we appreciate each and every one of you for staying tuned in to ultra4racing.com/live.
Come on, Stan. Put it into gear. He's made his way down the mountain now. Clicks it round the corner. And off we go. But Miles, just look at this. The shadows are starting to lengthen as we make our way down into the far side of this power hour.
As we were watching Stan Haynes, he'll come through the Bronco Arch here very shortly, and we should be sending out our 2020 King, Josh Blyler.
And I'm just looking down the list of the cars that we still have yet to run. Josh Byler, Cameron Steele, Raul Gomez, JP Gomez, Jason Shearer, Levi Shirley, and Vaughan Skittins Jr. This is amazing. What a stack field.
So do not go anywhere. We are about to wrap up Power Hour, and we got some power at the end.
I think we can describe Stan's pace as pedestrian. But he's out there.
Like I said, he's just going for a finish.
He always does. He's a lovely guy. Helps out so many teams here on the lake bed. And makes some amazing products at his company, Brannick Motorsports.
So I've heard a little chatter in the Gomez group that they're kind of got a little inside bet on who's going to launch it off that little waterfall. So we'll see which one will do it first. But if one's going to do it, it's going to be a Gomez.
Here we go. It's Josh Byler. He's across the line. He's our only one-time king at present. Josh is super pumped for this. I saw him. He was one of the very first cars to line up for the Power Hour this afternoon.
Josh Blyler out of Klingerstown, Pennsylvania, with Big B Motorsports, another Miller Pro chassis, solid axle machine, and he will have a solid run. You can never count out Josh Blyler.
And these guys are technicians. They do not leave anything to chance.
And their race program is top notch. They bring extra cars, extra everything in that semi. They are definitely going to give it their all.
Yeah, they're able to analyze data live from the car back in their pits while he's driving. They use all of that information to speed them up and make them as fast as possible on the course. And this is a great run here from Josh.
We'll see which line he takes up, if he'll go up the rocks or take the left line. He's going to take the conservative left side.
Now we've seen all the Miller cars do that today.
And look how blown out that corner is getting. It is getting worse and worse. We just have a few more cars to go. We'll wrap up qualifying for the Nitto Race of Kings during the 2022 Progressive King of the Hammers, powered by OPTIMA Batteries.
Oh,
and he takes a good little launch down there. Josh is still pushing strong.
Yeah, he's just a little bit off pace now for that pole setter. Let's not forget, in first place at the moment, it's that man, Brian Crofts, with a 203. In second is Paul Wolfe with a 206. In third, Lauren Healy with a 207. Then in fourth, Hunter Miller with a 209. And rounding up the top five is Randy Slauson with a 209.
And up next should be Cameron Steele, number 16. He's been leading this race 2 years in a row with Desert Assassins and Laser Nut Racing. There he's off the line. You can see him going, that beautifully built machine. That's IFS IRS. Cody Wagner puts him in the driver's seat to give it a little extra love.
Now Cameron's one of the hardest workers out here. He's pre-running and then more pre-running.
Yeah, between him and Randy Slauson, I'm not sure who's been out in the rocks the most. Monster athlete. A prior winner in the Baja 1000, I believe it was 2018. This guy has done it all and done it all well. He's helped us in the booth from time to time.
Cameron Steele is Mr. Off-Road. Absolutely every single discipline he's a master of.
He's probably the biggest ambassador of off-road and one of the best for our sport for sure. He's been coming to King of the Hammer since 2008, and he is making a quick run.
This is looking good, looking at the speed now. He is on pace for pole.
Wow, he is going strong. He's about to go through the Bronco Arch as we speak, and this is going to be super, super close. Can he bump out Brian Crofts? We are about to find out.
I think he's about 2 seconds off pace, if I'm honest, but he's taken a very wide line there as he comes down into turn 19. He had bad luck earlier this week when the gearbox and transmission broke on his trophy truck, or his T1, sorry.
And he'll be racing tomorrow, Friday, and Saturday. This guy is doing it all.
Yeah, he takes that inside line. You can see that car fighting against it. This is looking good for a top 4.
This will be a top 5 for sure. 208. So moves into that 5th position, bumping out Hunter Miller.
Moves into 4th position. So we've got 2 of the station cars.
And look at this one. This is a brand new car. It showed up last night. This is a UFO Joe Thompson built machine. This is Raul Gomez with Gomez Brothers Racing, and it's got a Dugan's huge high horsepower machine. This thing is an absolute work of art.
This has the same engine as you would find in a T1 truck.
It's got all the horsepower. And these UFO cars are absolutely amazing, and they've stepped up the game again. I was crawling over it this morning as they were doing a little, Rebay was over there doing a little shock tuning with it, and just everything is getting beefier and beefier. The upper A-arms are absolutely beef on this thing.
Billet.
The upper A-arms are billet aluminum.
Aluminium.
That King Shock machine is working good, putting those Nitto tires to work. Number 83, Raul Gomez. Does he head straight up the rocks?
Of course he heads up the rocks. He's got Gomez in his name. Now this is great stuff from Raul. You have to remember that he hasn't put any seat time on this car at all. And as he crosses the top there, he is actually running a pole time. So we could see Raul, if he continues this pace, making his way into the top 3. That would be incredibly impressive.
He lost about a second coming down that hill. He didn't launch down like the other ones, but he's got a great run going. About to hit this little ski jump. Just a few more cars to go.
The other factor we've got here is that sun is starting to set as they turn the corner now to come to the Bronco Arch. That sun is right in their eyes.
Just a few more heavy hitters to go. We have J.P. Gomez, Jason Shear, and Vaughn Gittin Jr. Yet we come, so do not move an inch.
As Raul Gomez comes around the final bends.
This is going to be super close.
This is going to be very fast indeed. He's picked up some time here.
And he blows the corner. He saves it. So he hits the Yukon launch a little wide. Still a great run. He was giving it absolutely everything. And that just goes to show you he didn't quite have the seat time he needed.
And he gets in with a 2:07 for 4th place. Give it up for Raul Gomez. What an incredible run there.
Speaking about Gomez, here's Mr. J.P. Gomez with Gomez Brothers Racing. Number 82, I know his wife Jill is watching back home, anxiously awaiting out of Cameron Park, California in a UFO single sheet machine.
Do not look away from your screens. Everything is changing so fast here. In first position, we have Brian Cross with a 2:03. In second is Paul Wolf with a 2:06. Third, Lauren Healy with a 2:07. In fourth, you just saw him, Raul Gomez with a 2:07. And in fifth, it is now Cameron Steele with a 2:08.
But JP Gomez, you know he's on the radio with his team, and they're saying, hey, Raul just got in 4 spots, so no pressure. JP will be pushing all the way to the end of this 1.3 mile qualifying loop.
JP is the most successful of the 3 Gomez brothers, having won more titles, but this one still eludes him.
Any of the Gomez could win this King of the Hammers, so we'll see how this plays out for the Nitto Race of Kings.
Here we go again. He's going up the rocks. He has to. His brothers have already been there.
And he made that really smooth, so he's on pace for a top 5 for sure. We'll see if he can pick it up a little bit.
Yeah, no, he's a bit down on time here. He lost a bit of time earlier in the lap. He needs to pick up around about 4 seconds if he's going to challenge for the lead. But it starts to get more difficult at this time of day. The sun starts to set, the shadows get longer, those holes look deeper. But these guys are the best of the best. They are the pros. They are the reason that we make this journey to Johnson Valley every single year.
JP coming through the Bronco Arch as we speak, and we should see 3-time King Jason Shear heading out, our only King that has won it back-to-back. He'll have his co-driver Jason Berger riding with him as JP goes around and getting ready to hit the Can-Am Talladega. Jim, this is why it's called Power Hour.
It is exactly why it's called Power Hour. Just look at this, he's giving it absolutely everything. He's going to be a top 10 for sure.
A 2:10, putting that in that 13th position. And I was snooping around Shear's pits earlier, so he is not running a co-driver during qualifying. They stripped a bunch of weight. They were trying to save about 600 pounds going for that pole position. Jason Shear always gives it all, and I could see him blasting down that little rock ledge.
Now, Jason Shearer is a consummate professional. We have seen him take pole at this race so many times. And that's where he will want to be. His race strategy is qualify first, race first, finish first.
He wants to be in that clean air all day long, and look at Jason Shear with Rage Force Racing. That 4-wheel parts Bronco is really looking good.
He had bad luck last year. He ran out of fuel on course, and he wants to reset the balance. He wants to win this title for a 4th time.
If he qualifies well, he is one that you can never keep out of competition. He's definitely a fan favorite and one that you expect that he's going to do well. I don't have any favorites, but he could absolutely win this race. He takes the wide line, going to shoot this right. Oh, he takes the wide line. But we'll see if he bombs down the little waterfall section.
This looks like a conservative run here to me from Jason. He's still on good pace. He's on top 5 pace at the moment, but he's running behind pace for pole. As we watch Jason coming down through the rocks here. Our top 5 currently is Brian Cross with a 203, Paul Wolf with a 206, Lauren Healy with a 207, Raul Gomez with a 207, and Cameron Steele with a 208.
As Jason Shear's getting ready to take that Bronco through the Ford Bronco Arch. Just a few more cars to go, but Jason Shear has a great race going so far during this qualifying run.
As he always does, he seems to find seconds where other people can't, and he's picked up a few as he makes his way around into turn 19.
Jason Shear pushing strong, going a little wide in this corner, getting ready to hit the Can-Am Talladega. One more Yukon launch to go, and we'll get a time for Jason Shear, and it's going to be a top 5 for sure. Putting that Ford Performance horsepower to work, and it's going to be a top 2 possibly. Yes, currently 2nd position with a 206.050. Jason Shear might be starting on the front row. 2 more cars to go. Mr. Levi Shirley out of Dodge City, Kansas.
Levi running in a Campbell chassis, LSX base 454 motor.
The Shirley family has been racing Ultra 4 for a very long time. We used to race with him back in the XRRA days, and he's been doing it and doing well. It's great to see him back in the driver's seat.
Levi's only a young driver, but he's been with us for so long that we forget just how much racing he's done. Let's see what this man from Kansas can do.
This is another single-seat IFS Campbell machine. Running those Yokohama tires.
And this will be the last race for Loretta.
Yeah, he's got Rob Butler building him a new car, if I'm not mistaken.
He has indeed. Another spaceship being built in the UK. But this week, it's all about Loretta.
So Levi Shirley pushing strong. See if he goes up the rock section. Yes, he does. See if he can keep the momentum going.
I was round at Levi's pit earlier, and I have to say, Loretta looks resplendent. Let's not forget, this car is nearly 8 years old.
And still running strong. After every race, he strips this car done, and his race prep is top-notch for sure.
Absolutely. He's around about 6 seconds off fast pace at the moment. But he's not interested in pole. He's already said to me, I don't want to break my car, I just want to get it in and around that sort of top 20 area, and I'll be happy.
But right now, our top 5, Brian Cross, Jason Shear, Paul Wolf, Lauren Healy, and Raul Gomez. 1 more car to go, and that is going to be Mr. Vaughn Gittin Jr.
Now, is Vaughn the dark horse of this qualifying session?
You cannot call him a dark horse. He was the 2021 National Championship.
His car, of course, is 1 year old, so it's had all the bugs ironed out. So we're expecting it to be very fast indeed.
Levi Shirley looks like he'll be about a 215, 216.
You can hear that LSX motor sing as he crosses the line. Solid run there from Levi.
Puts him in that 23rd position with a 215, 225.
Okay, and here is our final runner. It is Vaughn Gittin Jr. in his Bronco. Just look at the stance of this vehicle.
Number 25 out of Concord, North Carolina with Team Funhaver and that Triton Engineering 2C IFS machine. It does have a solid rear axle, but it's running portals up front. Team Funhaver, a monster Nitto athlete. You can hear that MBRP exhaust ripping through the valley. Taking that wide line. See what this Ford Performance machine can do. Vaughn Gittin Jr. is normally doing his drift stuff, but he fell in love with Ultra 4 about 5 years ago, if I'm not mistaken, and he has really taken it serious, and we thoroughly appreciate him coming over to our sport. He's one of the greatest crossover racers we've had.
Yeah, started in 4500 in a Jimmy's Bronco IFS car called Brocky, and then he moved on, joined forces with teammate Lauren Healy to form Fumhaver.
And they are doing some good things for our sport for sure.
And he's doing some good things for himself out there. Look at the speed of this young man. Absolutely incredible.
Taking the left line around. Vaughn Gittin Jr. with a pretty good run. I'm going to guess he's going to be that top 10, top 15 right now.
Yeah, he's actually on better pace than he looks. So he's around about 3 seconds off pole sitting pace. But we have seen that other cars of this type have made up pace. Oh, he's lost time there.
Came to a little slowdown, not sure quite what happened. Now he's down the rock, so he'll be hitting it hard. Again, we are during the 2022 Progressive King of the Hammers powered by Optima Batteries. This is the Nitto Race of Kings. And he is off pace all of a sudden, not sure what's going on. As he came down that rocks, he slowed down, and now he's way off pace.
So it looks like Vaughn has a problem, unfortunately, so a tough break there for Vaughn.
The Bronco's coming through the Bronco Arch as we speak, so hopefully he can still get a mid-pack start. He usually has his best friend Eric Davis riding shotgun with him, but I think I heard somebody else may be in there. The Bronchi 2.0.
But what an afternoon and what a day of qualifying we've seen here today as Vaughn Gittin Jr. makes his way round to close out this power hour here at the 2022 Progressive King of the Hammers.
And the top 10 definitely got mixed up for sure.
Okay, as Vaughn Gittins Jr. crosses the line, we're going to take a look back to our top 20. What an afternoon and what a day we've seen here.
So Vaughn's going to get in that 66th position with a 235.
So as we look out back across Johnson Valley, it's been an amazing day. We have seen absolutely everything. We saw that young man, Paul Wolf, he laid down an incredible time early on, but let's have a look. Well, we're going to just get our top 20 in a minute up on screen, and we're going to talk about that for you. But Paul Wolf was the man of the day for me. He came out there early on, laid down that incredible 206, which held right up until Brian Crofts came and blew him off the stop spot.
And what an amazing day it's been. What an amazing week it has been. And we are about to kick off the Ultra 4 racing tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Pacific time for the Can-Am UTV Hammer Championship. It's going to be an exciting day.
And we're looking out across Hammertown. There's more fans here than we've ever had before.
We're expecting between 70, 80, maybe even up to 100,000 people here this week for the 2022 Progressive King of the Hammers, powered by Optima Batteries.
Now, Mars, we've seen some absolutely fantastic. Here we go. We've got our top 10. So in 10th position, we've got Jaron Gunter.
In 9th position, Waylon Campbell.
In 8th, it's three-time king, Randy Slauson.
In 7th position in his Can-Am is Hunter Miller.
In 6th position, it's Cameron Steele.
In 5th position, Raul Gomez in that brand new UFO.
And in 4th position, in that starship of a car, it's Lauren Healy.
And three-time king Jason Shear sitting in that 2nd position, starting on the front row.
You missed out Paul Wolf in 3rd, but I'll forgive you. In 1st place, it is that man out of the Campbell stable. It's Brian Crofts, who'd laid down an incredible 203. I can't wait for the main race. It's going to be absolutely epic.
It's going to just get better and better as the week goes on. It's been a wonderful week already, but tomorrow morning it is the Can-Am UTV race, so you do not want to miss anything the rest of the week. Remember to log in and get that premium package, so you don't miss a thing. When we go to commercial, it'll be picture-in-picture, and you can also go through the archives and see anything you've wanted from last season or any race we've had.
So as we look out across Hammertown there, our schedule of events comes up for tomorrow morning. It starts at 8 a.m. with the Can-Am UTV King of the Hammers, presented by Progressive Insurance,
and then
it's going to be a battle royale. Let's not forget that we have a second race. Tell us more about that, Miles.
Yeah, roughly around 5 p.m., but it depends because the top 20 have to finish. Then we'll give them a little time in the hot pits to work on their car for about an hour, and then we'll send out the top 20 for, I believe, a 4-lap short course race. The top 20 get in there, but it's going to be inverted. So 20 starts first starts 20th, and there's $10,000 on the line.
So thank you very much for watching the racing today at the 2022 Progressive King of the Hammers here in Johnson Valley. It's been a wonderful day of racing. We're going to sign out now. We'll be back at 6 p.m. for the drivers' meeting.
And then 7 p.m. we'll have Ralph Shaheen and gang with Speed Sport to give you a little recap of what's going on so far this week.
I've been Jim Marsden. He's been
Miles Hasquist, and we will see you here in just a little bit.
Dominance, proprietary patented race technology, proudly made in the USA, unparalleled customer service and support, the choice of champions, King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
Be known.
Yeah, hi. Instead of letting passengers wrap their arms around us, can we put little handles on our jackets?
Deny.
Can you imagine?
I want a new nickname. Can you guys start calling me Snake?
No, Brian. Denied.
How about we all get quotes to see if we can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer?
Approved.
Cool. Hey, if Brian's not going to be Snake, can I be Snake?
No.
Single-digit temperatures. A couple of inches of snow on the ground already. And more predicted as the day goes on. In other words, conditions are perfect for the all-new Bronco Sport. Business in the front, business in the back. The all-new 2021 Ford F-150 with new available interior and tailgate work surfaces.